Good morning and welcome to the City Council regular meeting, June 1st, 2022. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Councilmember Blankenship.
Here.
Councilmember Chrisman.
Here.
Councilmember Hutchison.
Here.
Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Councilmember Petrinoff.
Here.
Vice Mayor McCabe.
Here.
Mayor Heitman.
Here, and today we are happy to have Reverend Jenny Thomas she's the spiritual director for Naples Community Hospital Pastoral Care. If you'll stand for the invocation followed by the pledge.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Let us gather together in the presence of our Creator. We thank you, O God, for this time together to make our community a better place for all. God of our hearts, we acknowledge the pain and sadness we feel over the shootings in the elementary school in Texas and the 14 other mass shootings over the holiday weekend. We pray for wisdom, courage, and comfort for all those who suffer and grieve. At the same time, O God, we celebrate with the teachers and school-age children of Collier County as school ends this week. We pray that their summer is filled with fun and feeling safe. Creator, this month we celebrate Juneteenth, which celebrates the freedom of enslaved people in the United States at the end of the Civil War. For more than 150 years, our African American communities across the country have observed this holiday, which just last year became a national holiday. Thank you, O God. We pray for our community as we enter hurricane season, starting today. May our city, county, and state be spared. May the storms stay over water and our people be safe. We lift up our city leaders and leaders at all levels of government and ask that you guide them to the greatest good. And finally, O God, we pray for the citizens of Naples and Collier County. Hear our prayer. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning. I have one announcement. Is Mr. Keys here? I see Ms. Williams and Dr. Newton. If you'll please come forward. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation on January 1st, 1863, which declared the slaves in the United States to be free. Each year thereafter, we commemorate the emancipation of enslaved African Americans. Juneteenth is a federal holiday in the United States celebrated by African American culture. Whereas the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation was delayed 2.5 years to June 19th, 1865, when he pressed border states to outlaw slavery and promoted the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which upon its ratification abolished slavery. Whereas the Emancipation Day observations are held on different days in different states in the South and Southwest and in other parts of the country. And whereas the National Association of Advancement of Colored People will help us remember the freedom and the solidarity in the Constitution of the United States of America. The NAACP of Collier County continues to take action to ensure equal rights for all. When June 19th has a special meaning to the African Americans and is called Juneteenth, which is the combination of words between June and the 19th and has been celebrated by African American community for over 156 years. on Juneteenth celebration in the city of Naples will take place in the historic African American community on June 18th, 2022. Now, therefore, I, Teresa Heitman, by the virtue and the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Naples, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 18th, 2022 to be designated as Juneteenth Day. Thank you. Thank you. Don't, you're not stopping. No, not quitting. Never too old to keep going on. Okay, our next is our 3B, and that is Commissioner Taylor, who is with us this morning. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'd like just to take a minute before I present as your Commissioner of District 4, as a citizen of the City of Naples and Collier County. I want to thank you so much for your leadership to initiate a pathway for Naples Community Hospital to bring the Heart Institute to our community. It is so important to our community, and I couldn't be more overjoyed. So thank you very much. Now I'm going to put on my commissioner hat and talk a little bit about beach renourishment funding and the Collier County Sports Complex. As a quick preamble, you know, I have a good friend who is a land use attorney who calls election season silly season. And this is clearly, this would rise to that level. One of my opponents is actually has stated, I think she might be a little confused, that the sports complex and my support of the sports complex has siphoned money off from the beaches. So I would like to bring you the facts and let you make a decision. So beach renourishment funding and the Collier County Sports Complex. I hope I do this right. Here we are. Let's do a little bit of history here. The Board of Collier County Commissioners had authorized in 2015, so that's 7 years ago, and approved a June 16, a sports market and needs assessment analysis that showed that Collier County needed more athletic fields for the youth of our community, as well as support for growing sports tourism. Sports marketing and needs assessment was done by Holland Strategic Partners, who identified that we have a lot of demand and not a lot of supply. And I don't need to tell you that, because county children play on the fields of the city. I mean, it's just, there's just not enough. We're blessed to have so many kids involved in sports and parents who support that. So in spring of 2016, a local private business group, and one of your former colleagues up here was involved in this, proposed a public-private partnership to build a spring training facility for the Atlanta Braves in an area bordered off residential by Collier Boulevard. So the placement where they wanted to put this spring training facility had 3 sides that had all residential around. We kind of knew that probably wasn't going to work. So preliminary cost estimates included raising the tourist tax from 4% to 5%, which would net $5.2 million annually. Professional spring training is a different beast than what we have here. But the county and the county had to participate in it. So we knew that 4% tourist tax, and we knew they would attract tourism, and that would justify the payment of tourist tax for the stadium, we knew that we had to increase the source. So we said, all right, let's think about raising the tax from 4 to 5. Now, this was an estimate because TDT tax, or tourist development tax, collection will vary from year to year. So a new stadium would be built for tourism and address the great needs locally for increased sports facility for our community. So Lee County has very similar sports tourism needs. So when you look there, their revenue, their tourist tax revenue supports 2 stadiums, spring training stadiums, as well as the ad valorem or property taxes the taxpayers of Lee County contribute to their stadium's upkeep to the point of $2 million per stadium. We checked it just recently. Those figures haven't varied too much. So what happened with our spring training? It fell through because it wasn't an appropriate place. But we were able to locate another placement, which was at City Gate. And if you know where that is, 951, right off the interstate, to your east is the City Gate Industrial Commercial Complex. And that's where we were able to work with the owners of the land and developed the sports complex. So here were the estimated costs of the sports complex: 60 to 100 million. We knew this right from the beginning. We're talking 2016, 17. Depending on the amenities selected, final price of the land, and actual construction costs. Nothing to ignore. This was a major expense. So we looked carefully at the revenues on the different counties, what they were, tourist tax rates. Broward was 6, Charlotte was 5, Lee was 5, Miami-Dade was 6, Monroe was 5. So we said, okay, let's up it a penny. So the proposal was to raise it by 1 penny to 5%. This required a supermajority, and it was unanimous. We're going to add another penny for the tourists to pay on their visits to Collier County. So we passed a resolution, and I think Ms. Petronoff, you will understand this probably better than I, and I think Mr. Blankenship will too, authorizing the issuance of bonds. We issued bonds, we borrowed, of Collier County to finance the costs of the amateur sports complex. $12 million in commercial paper loan, and we drew down $12 million for land costs. There were 60 acres. We purchased 60 acres, and we paid that back through the general fund. Because remember, this complex was for local as well as tourism. Then we issued 70 million tourist tax receipt revenue bonds. The actual bond proceeds were 65.4, and please remember that. The estimate of 55 to 60 million to complete the project. That's where we landed. Okay, we did it. So how does this affect our beaches? When we raised the tourist tax by 1 penny, we increased the amount of money coming to both the beach renourishment and beach park facilities by $2.5 million annually. We certainly took part of that penny and made it, of that 5%, and put $3,750,000 per year to the amateur sports tourism. Tourist promotion got a cut. They got a haircut of $1 million. And the total amount, based on what we estimated, the annual contribution of the tourists to Collier County would be $5,250,000. That's what we based it on by increasing it. Okay, so we decreased the funding to tourism promotion by $1 million. We increased the funding by increased the funding to beach renourishment by $2.5 million. So remember that TDT revenue bond proposal for the $70 million that came in at 65.4? Why? Because our priorities right from the get-go, beach funding was to increase with the increase of tourist taxes from 4 to 5. We borrowed based on what we thought we would gain from that additional penny. If we had borrowed 70, we wouldn't have been able to put so much money aside for beach renourishment. We said, nope, we're going to take the cut. $65.4 million is what we borrowed. And that was because we made it very clear beach renourishment was to be enhanced, not depleted or decreased. So here's how the new tourist tax lays out. This is based on tourist tax collection aggregate of $26.25 million annually. 42.66% goes to beach renourishment. Of those 5 pennies, almost 50% goes to beach renourishment. 14.29% goes to the complex. 33.57% goes to tourist promotion, and 9.59% goes to museums, county and non-county. This is a very interesting collection, cumulative for the last 5 years. What I like to look at, we can go through, but when you look at beach parks total, if you look at that final column, $5 million plus for the parks, $55,580,080 for beach renourishment in the last 5 years. 52 for promotion, $2 million for non-county museums. County museums were $10 million. That would be the depot. And the sports complex was $17 million. If you look into, it's staggering. I think you know this, though. I have no doubt the city of Naples knows that we have more tourism than we've ever had. But if you look at 2017, $21,961,389 collected in 2017 from the tourist tax. In 2021, it was $36,192,118. It's a lot of money. If you see, 2020 we were on the rise in 2019, but in 2020 is when we, of course, went through COVID and everything shut down, everything. And that's it. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Council, any questions for Commissioner Taylor?
All right.
Good choice. Thank you for presenting this information.
You're welcome. And I'll leave you with this thought. Our wonderful Ed Finn. He writes, you may wish to point out that Beach Renourishment Fund 195 is expected to have reserves of $65,600,000 in this year, 2023. This is after accounting for the loan, a loan to the sports complex construction. So we are in great position if we are as unfortunate as we were in 2017 to host a hurricane here, we are in really good position to get the beaches up and running because of the reserves we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we're at item 3C, and it's probably council's most privileged honor to honor our employees. Mr. Boudishwar.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, and good morning, Vice Mayor, members of the council, the public who are here today, and of course, most importantly today, our city staff. Today, we get the honor and privilege to recognize a group of city teammates who have reached an employment milestone with the city, ranging from 5 years to 25 years of service to the people of Naples. These individuals who will be recognized individually today are talented, dedicated, and hardworking employees who provide exceptional levels of service to the city residents day in and day out. And for that, we thank you. I also look forward to having some time with each of you in the upcoming weeks as I get a chance to tour your departments and kind of see you all in your environments, in your day-to-day operations. I'm greatly looking forward to that. Our employees are, without a doubt, the greatest asset that this city has, and therefore it's important that we take time to recognize staff this morning and for their years of service. It's my honor to begin the recognitions by introducing 4 outstanding employees. I'd like to call up to the podium Erica Martin, Monique Barnhart, and Carla Gibbs. And I'm so happy to be the one to start the embarrassing stories. In all seriousness, let's begin with Erica Martin, who I have gotten to know in my very short few weeks here as a longtime city employee who has really kind of excelled through the organization. Erica began 15 years ago with the city of Naples and has achieved that 15-year milestone this year. She was born and raised in Telluride, Colorado, where she grew up ski racing, fly fishing, hiking, camping, and developing a love for the outdoors. Erica moved to the beach as soon as she graduated high school and attended Flagler College in St. Augustine, Florida, where she obtained a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Political Science and Sociology and completed the pre-law program in 2004. Erica began her career with the City of Naples as a Planner 2 in May 2007, with promotions to Senior Planner in November 2013 and Deputy Planning Director in October 2019, during which time she earned her Master of Public Administration degree from Florida Gulf Coast University, while working full-time as well for the city. Erica has served as the Interim Planning Director from January 2021 to April 2021 before accepting the Planning Director position in April of 2021. Erica is recognized as a certified planner by the American Institute of Certified Planners. She is the mother of a 5-year-old son, Connor, who will be starting kindergarten in the fall. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with him, just fishing, paddleboarding, and doing anything outdoors and on the water. Congratulations and thank you, Erica, for your 15 years of exemplary service. Don't leave yet. The next employee that we'd like to recognize is Monique Barnhart. Monique achieved 15 years of service in February of this year. Monique was born and raised along the Emerald Coast of Northwest Florida, where she attended Florida State University and received a Bachelor of Science degree in Marketing and Real Estate. Monique joined the City of Naples in February 2007 in the Natural Resources Division. She quickly became known as the city's Turtle Lady for her diligent work protecting nesting sea turtles, hatchlings, and nests through providing outreach to our coastal residents, nighttime monitoring of the beaches to ensure they remain dark and turtle-friendly, and turtle-friendly, and collaboratively working with the county and the state to reduce disorientations. She also helped develop and managed the city's landscape certification program and was a state BMP instructor for 10 years. In 2012, Monique and the entire Natural Resources Division merged with the Streets and Stormwater Department. Monique was later promoted to the Project and Public Outreach Coordinator for the Streets and Stormwater Department. In 2019, Monique was promoted to Assistant to the City Manager which was later reclassified to her current position as Communications and Public Outreach Manager. Monique is a newlywed, recently married to her husband, Rob. In her free time, she enjoys spending time with her husband and kids, running, kayaking, camping, hiking, rock climbing, and trying any new outdoor adventures. I'm seeing a trend here. Thank you, Monique, for your 15 years of dedicated service to the city. Carla Gibbs has achieved 10 years of service to the city in May of this year. Carla is originally from Suffolk County, Long Island in New York, and was raised there. She received a Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science from Merritt College in Poughkeepsie, I know how to pronounce that, New York, and a graduate certification in local government management from Florida Gulf Coast University. Carla is also a past recipient of the Florida City and County Managers Association Emerging Leaders Scholarship. Prior to joining the City of Naples, most of her career was in nonprofit and private sector environments as a paralegal in New York City and in Naples. Upon joining the city, Carla worked in the city manager's office for 8 years as executive assistant, office manager, and assistant to the city manager, and now is serving the city as our code enforcement manager for the last 2 years. Carla and her family, they are the loves and the lights of her life. Henry, a professional artist, and she has Henry, who is a professional artist. Her husband, Henry, is a professional artist, and her 17-year-old daughter, Safira, was born and raised in Naples and is now a student at the world-famous Phillips Exeter Academy in Exeter, New Hampshire. And she and her family have lived in Naples for the last 20 years. Carla's favorite thing is traveling and spending quality time with her immediate and extended family, enjoying cooking, eating, dancing, and mountain hiking. Again, thank you, Carla, for your 10 years of dedicated service. Felix Gomez, who is not here today, is unable to be here today, should be recognized, and I will recognize him as well for his 10 years of service, which will be 3 days from now on June 4th, which is his anniversary. Felix currently serves as our bids and grants coordinator in the purchasing division and was actually assigned effective today as the interim purchasing and contracts manager. Felix has served the city for 10 years, so thank you, Felix, for your service. I think you're going to take some photos now with the group. Okay, all right, let's do that. Okay.
Come on. Okay, this is going to be hard, but I have to. Monique, Erica.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, I didn't know who was going to take the picture either. Thank you.
Thanks again to all four of you for your dedicated service to the city. Before I turn the rest of the presentation over to Charlotte, our Director of Human Resources, I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to wish a happy 29th and holding birthday to our Director of Utilities, Bob Middleton. Today's his birthday. And with that, Charlotte, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning.
Charlotte Lowell, Human Resources Director. This morning, I get the honor to recognize one of my very own Human Resources Generalists, Ashley Simic, for 5 years of service. Ashley began her career with the city in June of 2017 as the administrative coordinator in the Streets and Stormwater Department. 2 years later, in October of 2019, she was promoted to HR generalist and has been a huge asset to the department ever since through her exceptional customer service to city staff and residents, her creativity and innovation, and her continuous motivation to research and implement HR and recruitment best practices. Ashley is a certified professional through the International Public Management Association for Human Resources and has earned the designation as the city's top recruiter. Ashley is also the past chair of the Core Values Development Committee and played a huge role in establishing the city's 7 core values. She currently still serves on the committee today. Ashley is married to her best friend David, and they are both completely obsessed with their 8-year-old dog Chloe, who is their absolute pride and joy. That will soon all change in about 2 months when she will welcome their first baby girl, Lowen, who will surely take center stage. Just witnessing how amazing of a dog mom Ashley is, I have no doubt she will succeed at parenting and be the best mother there is. In her spare time, Ashley enjoys sunbathing at the beach, reading, and spending time with friends and family. Ashley is also one of the best event and party planners I know. Thank you for your 5 years of dedicated service, friendship, and all you do for the city.
Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
Are we in here? Get together. Thank you.
Okay, next up, I have Pat Rambosk for the city clerk staff recognition.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here today to recognize Allie. Please come forward, Allie. So as Allie's coming forward, something that you might not know about Allie is that she holds 3 world championship records titles, in the kettlebell sport. So we were excited in our office. Not only did she join us as a terrific executive assistant, but we didn't know we were also getting a bouncer for the clerk's office. So we were really excited about that. Allie grew up in Connecticut, and she received her Bachelor's of Science in Justice and Law Administration from Western Connecticut State University. Before Allie came to the city of Naples, Allie served as a juvenile probation supervisor and then began working for the city of Naples as a code enforcement officer. And I'm sure a lot of you still remember Allie as our code enforcement officer. So her first meeting that she clerked of the code enforcement board was quite interesting when everybody saw Allie sitting at the desk, and at that desk and not that desk. She transferred to the city clerk's office in 2020 and was recently promoted to executive assistant. Allie is responsible for clerking all of the city's 15 boards and committees. And she also spends a lot of her time following up and responding to public records requests. Many of the records liaisons throughout the city, I'm sure, now think of Allie as the public records police. So Allie is married to soon-to-be retired Palm Beach Sheriff Office Deputy Michael Baglino, who's here with her today. Allie has 2 teenage daughters, a stepdaughter, and a grandson. Her oldest daughter is a junior at Lorenzo Walker High School, and her oldest daughter will be attending USF in the fall. During her free time, Allie enjoys going to the beach, CrossFit, and weightlifting. No mountain climbing, huh? No. Thank you, and thank you for your service, Allie.
Thought we thank you.
Hey, congrats. Great story. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Scoot, quick.
Yep. Yep.
The next presenter will be Gary Young for the Finance Department staff.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Today I have two staff members, both celebrating 10 years of service. The first one is Elizabeth Willis. She is celebrated 10 years on April 2nd. Liz is a senior accountant. Her primary role is to deal with all of the pension systems. She is the fantastic bridge between the pension boards, the pension professionals, staff, and all of you. So that is her primary responsibilities. In addition to that, she does many things related to ACH and processing bank payments, continuously doing the state of Florida payments that we distribute and record. And so for that, we're very grateful. Liz is married and the mother of a 10-year-old daughter, a very active 10-year-old daughter. And in addition to being a doting mother, Liz is the caretaker for many members of her family. And she has a heart of gold that takes her in that direction a lot of times, but it just doesn't end there. And for what I mean by that is in the city of Naples, she is on the concern committee, and you can find her when she's not doting over her daughter or dealing with family issues, taking care of those in need during the holidays and many times throughout the year. So for that, we're all very grateful. In addition to that, Liz has served as a member and past president of the Association of Governmental Accountants in the state of Florida. So with that, those are the contributions that she makes both as a personal level and to the citizens of the city, and we should all be very grateful. Elizabeth. The next employee is Lisa Douglas. She's also celebrating 10 years of service, and hers was April 30th. I think the title's changed over the year, but she's always been customer service manager. The thing about Lisa is her vast knowledge of the city of Naples, Collier County, Marco Island, the state of Florida, you name it, she's been through it. And that vast knowledge that she brings in all arrays, we all benefit from, myself included. And I just want to thank her for that knowledge and that ability that is really an unparalleled from the experience that I've had here. Again, she gets things done. Her primary responsibilities are the utility billing and the parking pay stations and meters and monitoring the customer service employees. On a personal level, she is married, has two grown children, and so that, in addition to them taking up her time, she has two important friends in Captain and Talisker, her dogs, and that is her love and passion in her spare time. She also teaches dog training classes, and so that keeps her active and busy as well. So I ask you to join me in thanking Lisa for the 10 years that she's dedicated here and all of her knowledge that we benefit from on a daily basis. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Next, we have Andrew Holland for the Streets and Stormwater Department staff members.
Good morning. So join with me is Ian Jackson from the Streets and Stormwater Department. He is our right-of-way inspector. Ian joined the city in 2017 as part of the building department team, working as a site compliance inspector. In January 2022, Ian moved to the Streets and Stormwater Department working as our right-of-way inspector. Ian is tasked with the critical job of not only inspecting work that is completed in the city's right-of-ways, but also working with property owners on gaining compliance with public safety matters such as intersection line-of-sight issues. Ian is a devoted husband to his wife of 23 years, Paula, and a proud father of Savannah, who is a collegiate softball pitcher. Ian enjoys fishing in his free time, and he also has a knack for making hot sauce from scratch by fermenting hot peppers. I've had a chance to enjoy his Fresno Thai, and I'm in line to try his pineapple habanero. Ian, thanks for your 5 years of service.
Okay, next we have Chad Merritt for the Community Services Department staff members.
Wait for him to get up here. Good morning, Chad Merritt, Community Service Interim Director. I have the privilege of discussing and talking about these wonderful people in front of us. First, we'll start out with Bertha Gonzalez. Bertha was born in Cuba on July 18th, 1964. So she's 26. That's what was written. I'm only reading what's written. She attended Universidad de la Habana and graduated with a bachelor's degree in chemistry. Bertha began her career in her hometown, 1988, where she had a fulfilling career enjoying many successes. In 2002, Bertha moved to Naples. Over the years, she held various positions leading to her current position as a custodian with the city of Naples. She has been married for 25 years. She has 2 sons and a granddaughter. Her oldest son and his wife are partners in their respective CPA firms. So I see a trend. Her youngest son is currently in medical school at Nova Southeastern University. During Bertha's tenure at the city of Naples, she enjoyed rewarding relationships with colleagues and management, and we are very honored to have her in community services. Next, we have OT. Officially, his name is Othniel Torres. 10 years of service. So he works in Parks and Parkways as an equipment operator. He's responsible for raking the beaches and keeping the waterways clean. In 10 years of service, OT has not missed a single day to illness. He also has strong opinions on many issues and swear that he's never, ever wrong. OT was born in Cuba and came to the United States in 1980 at the age of 15. A few years later, OT became a proud citizen of this country. He also is happily married for 33 years and has a wonderful son and a daughter. His hobbies are any outdoor activity, so I'm sure rock climbing's in there. OT's priorities in life will always be God, family, and freedom. OT is very honored to be working for the city of Naples and hopes to be here for many years. And again, it's an honor to have him in community services. And I did fail to mention that Bertha has been here for 10 years as well. Next, we have Travis Delashmet. Travis is the superintendent for facilities. He's a proud father of 2 daughters, Tessa, who's 14,
Tegan, who's 13, he enjoys coaching his daughters in softball, which I might add are very amazing from the stories that I hear. When he's not on the softball field, he enjoys spending time at his camp in River Ranch. He holds an associate's and bachelor's degree from Hodges University. Travis is a hard worker and juggles several projects at one time. When presented with a new project, he takes it on without hesitation. He's also our department comedian, which keeps us excited and exciting and all the smiles on faces. I think every morning he tries to scare our front desk personnel, so it's always interesting. He has enjoyed his time here at the City of Naples and plans to be here for a long time. It's an honor to have Travis in Community Service Department. I did want to mention we had several that were not able to attend because they're working hard in the field. Susan Clay, 10 years. Anna Acosta, 15 years. Carmen Santana, 15 years. Pedro Cepeda, who's also known as Pete, 15 years. Tibor Jakubek, who has 10 years. Thank you.
Next, we have Deputy Chief Adamski to present for the fire department staff.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Corey Adamski, your Deputy Chief of Operations. We have 4 people that are being recognized today for service accomplishments. 2 that cannot be here today. We have our Plans Examiner, Paris Smith-Higby, who is at 5 years of service. He comes to us from Port Charlotte, and then before that, Ohio, where he served as a firefighter, fire marshal, and police officer. Our second one is firefighter Adam Nash, who is at 15 years of service with the city. Adam came to us from Michigan, where he served as a career and volunteer firefighter, and he has been on our dive team and is now a member of our records management team. Standing with me today, I have 2 wonderful lieutenants that I actually started my career with here as well. The first is Lieutenant Austin Blywise. Austin is at 15 years. He has a wonderful history here in Naples. He's born and raised here in Naples, and he started here in 2007 as a firefighter. He served as a driver engineer and then promoted to lieutenant last year in 2021. He's currently assigned to Engine 1 downtown today, and he is married to Sarah, and in their time off, they enjoy traveling the world and spending time with their cats. Thank you for your time, Austin. Next to him is Lieutenant Andrew Johnson, also celebrating 15 years of service, started in 2007 as well. He has also served as a firefighter, a driver engineer, and was promoted to lieutenant last year as well. He is married to Jamie, who enjoys traveling all over the world as well. He is actually the coordinator of our hazardous materials team and takes care of our hose that we use on our fire trucks. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Police Chief Weschler for the Police Department staff.
Good morning, Tom Weschler, Police Chief. I'm going to make this easy. I'm flying solo today. Looks like life got in the way for most of my people, and they can't be here today. But I'd like to recognize Officer Tyrone Davis for 20 years of service, Officer Jenna Brugal for 5 years of service, Forrest Grant, 5 years of service, Troy Minning with 10 years of service, and Mark Flint with 10 years of service. Mark came over to us for like 8 of those years. He was at Utilities, and now he's one of our beach specialists. I know that was discussed yesterday. So they're not here, but I'm very proud to serve with all of them and the rest of the police department as well. So thank you very much.
And last, we'll conclude with Bob Middleton for the Utilities Department.
Birthday boy.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Bob Middleton, Utilities Director. It's my distinct privilege to present the service awards for the for the employees of the Utilities Department. You just want to read this. Guys, come on up and line up on the wall. Cody, Mark, Matt. Good morning again. First, I'd like to introduce Ben Copeland, 25 years of service as the Utilities Budget and CIP Manager, better known as The Ben. Started with the city in May 5th, 1997, where he started in the Utilities Warehouse. And he's currently the Utilities Budget and Capital Projects Manager. Ben prepares and manages the operating budget and the capital budget for the 6 divisions within the Utilities Department. Ben is married to his wife, Alicia. Together they have 4 children, Matthew, Riley, Ethan, and Levi. Ben enjoys all outdoor activities such as hunting, fishing, and camping. Usually plans his personal leave around his hunting adventures, and he does rock climbing. He can always be found out in the woods doing something. Ben, thank you for your invaluable service you've provided for the city for 25 years. Next, Mark Yerger, 20 years, utilities maintenance. Mark joined the city in 2002 as a utilities maintenance technician 1. After a few years in that position, he was promoted to Utilities Maintenance Tech 2, and in 2017, he was promoted to Utilities Coordinator. He's responsible for coordinating daily work orders for sewer pump stations, the raw water wells, booster pump stations, reuse sites, and the generators. He is married to his wife, Laura, and enjoys working on vehicles and doing construction work on residential properties. Mark, thank you for your 20 years of service. Next, we have George Carbach, 15 years in utilities maintenance, better known as Bud. Joined the city in 2006 as a maintenance technician. Before coming to work at the city, he worked in Philadelphia at SEPTA, where he worked 17 years repairing subways. His background and expertise in electrical work, HVAC, and plumbing. He is currently responsible for working in utility maintenance, repairing the facilities that include sewer pump stations, booster stations, and the other facilities within the department. Bud and his wife Ruth have lived in Florida since 1996, and they now live in Ave Maria. Bud, thank you for your 15 years of service. Next, with 5 years of service, also in the Utilities Maintenance Department, is Cody Rittendordo. I thought I saw Cody here. Oh. Anyway, 5 years of service for Cody. Next, we have Laura Colwall. Laura? 5 years of service in the Central Lab. Laura is originally from Brooklyn, New York. Her family moved to Florida, where she started high school. Laura has a diverse background, attended the University of Florida, where she received a bachelor's degree in agriculture and animal science. She also has a bachelor's degree in professional health and a master's degree in oriental medicine. She managed various swine farms through her career. Laura began her career with the city in 2016, worked at the pier and part of the Pier Outreach Pelican program. In 2017, she was hired as the utilities admin assistant. And in 2019, she was promoted to the lab and field tech in our central lab back at the wastewater plant. Her responsibility includes collecting and analyzing water and wastewater samples. Laura is a very important and valuable team member at the facility and very dependable and dedicated to the city. Laura, thank you for your 5 years of service. Last but not least, Matt Lauer, 5 years of service in equipment services. Matt began his career with the city in 2017 as a mechanic. Matt's duties include repair and maintenance of the city's rolling fleet, such as garbage trucks, service vehicles, and police vehicles. Matt graduated from Gulf Coast High School and enjoys hunting and fishing and riding his new Harley. Matt, thank you for your 5 years of service. Two employees that couldn't be here today, I'd like to mention Denise King, 10 years of service as our utilities permit coordinator, and Juanario Lavariega, 10 years of service in water distribution. Thank you very much.
Time to try for some girls. Right? George, good job. Appreciate you, man.
Thanks, Charlie.
Good job. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
You got a big job, man, keeping all this stuff right. Appreciate it. Wow, nice career path.
Interesting background. Congratulations.
I told him it's time to try for some girls.
We're going to take a break.
Eat some cake, huh?
So we're going to take a break. Okay. So council, as we honored the employees that actually make our city the best city in the country, and we honor them and their service to our community, we'll take about 15-minute break, and thank you. Okay, we're back from honoring our employees, and we're on item 4, setting the agenda. Mr. Budishwar, do we have any changes or additions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Last night, we published supplement number 1 for today. So today's agenda has evolved. I'll highlight the changes. The first, and kind of going off the updated agenda, the numbers have changed a bit. So 8A, which is an appeal hearing, it's set for 11 a.m. time certain. There were some supplemental items sent to you all via email last night, which were subsequently published for the public to see. Included are some emails, a legal opinion, and we've also provided to you the order of today's proceedings for the appeal, including time limits and possible motions for you to consider at the end of your discussion. Nancy, did I miss anything on that?
No, it's actually a, just for the benefit of the public, we will be following your procedure rules with the various time limitations in that appeal, and we will have a handout, which was one of the supplemental materials on the screen, so everyone will be able to follow during that. And then the other item was possible motions that you might make at the end of the appeal.
Thanks, Nancy. And we'll do a quick pregame with you all and the public so everyone understands what to expect in terms of the order and time limits that we'll set when we get to that item at 11 a.m. The next item, I just want to alert you that 8B, when we get to 8B later today on the agenda, we will be requesting a continuance for that item. Staff, as late as last night, have been in communications with the parties involved, and we believe that we are very, very close to addressing the issues that led to this potential appeal. So we would like some additional time to see if we can work it out, and so we'll ask for that continuance a little bit later. I do want to point out that item 9A on the new agenda was added. It is an executive session to discuss labor relations strategy. We will do so during the lunch break and immediately following the 11 a.m. time certain appeal. So we'll do that in the same room over lunch like we did yesterday. 10A is another item that was added as a follow-up to yesterday's discussion regarding the Sunday no fishing regulation at the pier. That resolution is 10A, and we'll be ready to discuss that item with you at that time. Let's see. And the last thing, just a request, Mayor, if you may indulge the applicants that are here in the audience today. Item 12A, special events, the new Juneteenth event. We would love for you to hear that item immediately after the consent agenda approval. And then I think that is all I have.
Thank you. 12A will go right after consent agenda. Any other changes, council? Okay, I have a motion.
Move to approve
Motion
with
by,
the changes. Yep.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor and a second by Council Member Chrisman. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Taking to 5, public comment. If you'd like to speak in public comment, there are speaker registration forms in the back and can be filled out and given to the clerk. And at this time, I have one public speaker, Scott Jacobs. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Scott Jacobs, 1300 Gulf Shore Boulevard North, 34102. Yesterday, I provided public comment to City Council regarding Sunday closures to the fishing pier. the Naples Pier. Prior to that, I presented comments to the Community Service Advisory Board on May 17th in support of making the pilot program permanent. The CSAB voted 3-2 in favor of recommending to City Council that the Sunday closure at the pier become permanent. I was surprised at yesterday's City Council meeting to see CSAB board member David Land making public comment and referring to 16 pages of research he prepared after the May 17 CSAB meeting. Portions of Mr. Land's report contradicts the analysis and conclusions of the peer survey data as presented yesterday by Chad Merritt, the Community Services Interim Director, along with comments from Jay Boudeshwar, City Manager. The result appears to be an intentional muddying of statistical data to derail recommendations of the CSAB by one of its own members. More importantly, it gives one the impression that Mr. Land did not like the outcome of a 3-2 vote in favor of the permanent Sunday pier closure and decided to work outside CSAB board his CSAB board role to advance a personal agenda. This calls into question appropriate board member behavior and detracts from the overall credibility and mission of CSAB. I urge City Council to remain focused on recommendations by the CSAB and the peer survey analysis and conclusion as presented by the City of Naples Services Director when making decisions regarding the fishing pier. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further public comments. Okay. Takes us to the consent agenda.
I move approval of the items on the consent agenda.
Motion by Councilmember Blankenship.
Second.
And a second by Councilmember Hutchison. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Moving to 12A. Mr. Boudeshwar.
Okay, Mr. Merritt will be approaching the podium, or actually Jen Fox, Ms. Fox will be presenting
Morning,
this
Ms.
item.
Morning, Ms. Fox.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, City Council. Jennifer Fox, Parks and Rec Superintendent. City Council, I'm asked to review and you are asked to review and consider the following new special event request. The one new special event that is listed in your packet for consideration is the NAACP Collier County Juneteenth holiday. The event will take place Saturday, June 18th at River Park Community Center's outdoor space. The event takes place on the outdoor stage and courtyard at the River Park Community Center and along the street from the corner of 3rd Street and 11th to 10th and 11th. They will have amplified sound, food, and non-alcoholic beverages. The event will have a peak attendance of 500, and there's no conflicts on the schedule. Ms. Williams is here with the NAACP if you have any questions. This application and backup material is included in your agenda packet, and the event organizer, again, is in attendance if you have any questions. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Okay.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Councilman Blankenship and a second by Vice Mayor. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I make a quick comment?
Yes, Mr. Boudeshwar.
Yeah, members of council and staff and the public, I wanted to advise you all that as a matter of practice going forward with new special events that have been proposed for activity in one of our public spaces, we will be bringing those to you for discussion. Anything that is a repeat event that has not been an issue of concern, we'll be placing on the consent agenda, but just as a matter of practice, I want to make sure that the number of events is something that's considered, the impact of the events. You all are fully aware of what those impacts are, as well as the public. So I wanted to say that out loud because I've noticed in the past that all of the events seem to end up on the consent agenda. So moving forward, that'll be how we address these issues.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Hutchison.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Boudeshwar. My ask is, if you haven't already, just look at the volume of events and just kind of put that in your mind and the framework, and consider whether or not we're heading the right direction, what's our capacity in various areas. So thank you.
You're welcome, and that's exactly the reasoning, is just make sure we don't hit a threshold point where we start having volume issues.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Moving to item 13.
Actually, may we, yes, 8B, and then we can just go back to the order of the agenda. We'll skip over the
Okay,
11
yes.
a.m. Yep.
All right, okay.
Okay, so item 8B, I'll take that. This is the item I mentioned earlier, that we are in ongoing conversations with the parties involved, and we believe a resolution is within reach within a few days. To preserve the ability to have an appeal, if we do end up at an impasse, we're requesting, or the attorney, Noel Davies, for his client, has requested a continuance of this item to June 13th.
Yes, Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you, Mr. Budishwar. Just for, just as a reminder to myself and others, perhaps, let's, if it's the will of council to grant this continuance, what are the rules around subsequent continuances?
I'll defer to council.
I believe there's at least one as of right, but it's in your discretion to do it again if you want to.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So yes, thank you.
I move to,
Yep, go ahead.
and
Have a
then I have a motion, I'd like to make a motion to continue this item then.
To June.
To June
To
13th.
June what?
13th.
13th.
I have a motion to continue item 8B from Councilmember Petronoff and a second by Councilmember Hutchison. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. On item 9A will be at lunch, followed after our appeal hearing, and going to item 10.
Item 10 is the resolution that was added today in response to yesterday's conversation regarding the no fishing regulation on Sundays at the pier, effective today through June 1 of 2023. This will memorialize the conversation from yesterday with a progress report to you all in January of 2023.
Any questions, council?
Madam
Okay.
Mayor, I move approval.
A motion by Councilmember Hutchison,
Second?
a second by Councilmember Petronoff. Discussion by McCabe?
The gentleman spoke in public comments, and I think he made several good points, but one of the points that, even when we were having a conversation yesterday and we decided to continue this for 1 year, whereas the CSAB said, let's put it in place. Not for a year, let's just put it in place. And I agree. I think with what we saw yesterday, not just the presentation and the data, but even reading the comments and knowing that this isn't just a one-topic issue, meaning just the Pelicans. There's other ancillary benefits for many of the residents and even visitors. I would think that as we do these type of things, we should be looking at and taking the advice of the advisory boards and not push these things down the road so that they can clog up other agendas. I think we should have just said, let's just put it in place. But we're here just to say for it's a year, let's pass it for a year, but I think we should look a little harder at times and make the final decisions versus continually pushing it down. So that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perry?
While I generally agree with the Vice Mayor, I think in this particular circumstance, there's some things going on that I'm not sure what they are. The fact that it was a 3-2 vote and we don't have any record of how that came about suggests that there may be some uncertainty, or at least certainly not a unanimous agreement by the advisory board. So I think at least in this circumstance, we have a peculiar situation here where we needed to get this done today, or there's going to be a gap. And so I suggest that we do it for the year. I don't think it's a good regular practice, but in this case, I think if we do it for a year, then that'll give us time to see what the analysis is, so we can decide at that point. And we can decide someplace in the meantime, if we choose to make it permanent if we want. But I think at this point, a year would be appropriate.
Okay. Councilmember Blankenship.
Thanks. I agree. I think it would be dangerous just to automatically accept advisory board's recommendations. I mean, just yesterday, this council disagreed with several PAB recommendations for changes to the Fifth Avenue overlay district. So I think it's good we're getting their advice. They're often much better experts than we are on these issues. I just think we should be careful when we consider those and make decisions. Thank you.
Okay. I have a motion by Councilmember Hutchison.
Before you take your vote, may I read the resolution for the record?
Thank you.
Okay, this is a resolution to amend Resolution 2021-14760 to extend a pilot program that restricts fishing on the Naples Pier 1 day a week, identified as Sunday, from June 1st, 2022 to June 1st, 2023, as a strategy to protect wildlife from harm and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Buderschwar, and I have a motion by Councilmember Hutchison and a second by Councilmember Petronoff. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Let the record reflect one opposed, Blankenship.
And I just wanted to know that there was no public comment.
There's no public comment. Thank you. Okay, that concludes item 10A. Moving to 11A.
Okay. Good morning, Erica.
Oh, let me,
pointed at me.
Yeah, we're going to switch.
Mr. Brooks.
Ordinance 2022, an ordinance amending Chapter 56, Supplemental Standards, Article 4, Standards applicable to commercial districts, Section 56-122, Alcoholic Beverages, Medical Marijuana Dispensary, and Medical Marijuana Treatment Center location criteria of the City of Naples Code of Ordinances to amend waiver of distance requirements, approving text amendment 22-T3, providing a severability clause and providing a repealer provision, and providing an effective date.
Okay. Good morning, Erica Martin, Planning Director. This is what I would call a cleanup text amendment. This is amending the waiver of distance section of your supplemental standards in Chapter 56. If Council recalls, we came before you a couple of months ago with a waiver of distance request, and it became clear that when this code was amended a few years ago, those changes weren't carried all the way through the section. So a number of years ago, this section was amended to remove the distance separation between establishments serving alcoholic beverages. But if you look at the text, which begins on page 2 of the agenda memo, you can see starting in subsection G, there are still references to or other established licensee. So while we removed that requirement at the top, that language just wasn't carried all the way down. So we're just here to clean that up. so that there's no confusion moving forward. The only other change that you'll see highlighted in the agenda memorandum is we have since amended our public notification regulations to require notification to property owners within 1,000 feet instead of 500. So we're just making that consistent through all of our ordinances. And those are really the only changes before you today. So no substantive change, just clarification and making it consistent. And the PAB did unanimously recommend approval of this text amendment.
Councilman Perry?
I think this is all fine. The one thing that I would comment on, though, is what we've been trying to do in other sections is on the 1,000-foot notice or the 500-foot notice or whatever, referring to the section on the distance.
Section 46, okay.
Yeah, and I think we should be consistent on that by referring to that. So if ultimately we decide we're going to make we're going to change it to 1,500 feet or 750 feet, we don't have to go searching through the code to change it. So perhaps if we can make that reference,
Absolutely.
I think that would be cleaner.
I agree.
And did anyone notice anything about the ordinance and the distance? Is there a supplement?
Not for me.
I have it on, oh, wait. There must be the newest one in here. It's 1,000 feet, correct?
Correct. That's the new requirement.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, any further questions? Have a motion?
Move approval of the ordinance with the one change mentioned by Mr. Perry and schedule the second reading and public hearing for June 15th.
A motion by Councilman Blankenship.
Second.
A second by Councilmember Chrisman. All in favor, signed by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. That concludes 11A. 11B.
Ordinance 2022, an ordinance amending Chapter 58 zoning, Article 3, Special Overlay Districts, Division 6, 5th Avenue South Special Overlay District, Section 58-1134, specific provisions of the City of Naples Code of Ordinances, approving text amendment 22-T4, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer provision, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Ms. Martin?
I'll
Ms.
actually have
Stolmer?
Leslie do this one.
Sorry. Good morning. For the record, Leslie Dolmer with the City of Naples Planning Department. This item is a text amendment to adopt the landscape and hardscape palette that was included as part of the GAI consultants plan for the 5th Avenue South streetscape. If council may recall, in 2019, the city contracted with GIA consultants to do a review of the 5th Avenue South streetscape. Over the years, that landscape and hardscape had sort of been piecemealed out with materials. Sometimes individual property owners making changes, and the streetscape needed a look at in terms of consistency and a refresh. Unfortunately, this review kind of got caught up in the beginning of the COVID pandemic, as the first presentation to council was to the CRA was in March of 2020. So in that time, there has been some revisions to the plan. I think ultimately it was in September of 2020 the CRA unanimously accepted the plan, specifically designating the hardscape and landscape palette moving forward. And there was a desire to continue discussion on other elements of the plan, but a desire to adopt the landscape and hardscape palettes specifically into the code, so that as our redevelopment plans come in on 5th Avenue, we can start to apply those standards and work towards a more cohesive streetscape. I believe in December of 2021, CRA mentioned that while they had adopted that, City Council had not seen these revisions. I think it was Member Perry. And so staff has prepared this text amendment to adopt that landscape and hardscape into the Fifth Avenue South special overlay. The Planning Advisory Board considered this at their May meeting. There are some discussions centered around exactly the limits of where this hardscape and landscape applied. And so we included in your ordinance the map of the area that applies, which came from the plan from GAI, and that will be also included and codified should council adopt this text amendment. In discussions with the city attorney, there is one recommended change that is not here in your ordinance that I would like to clarify here. In the discussions with PAB, they wanted to provide some language that gave folks some flexibility, because these are when it comes to the hardscape palette, these are a very specific manufacturer and type, and they wanted to offer a little flexibility if those are unable to be located. And we also wanted to be sure that we weren't overly endorsing one specific manufacturer over another, showing some kind of preference. So we added some language there. Under 17A, it says hardscape palette. It says, in the event that the following materials are unavailable, a similar or equivalent material, and here Mr. Brooks suggests we add manufacturer type and model and or color and finish may be substituted with approval by the city manager. So I can make those changes if council agrees and have that ready for you for second reading.
Thank you. Council questions? Councilmember Chrisman?
I have no questions or concerns with what's being proposed. I was just a suggestion on implementation, though. You know, the old saying that ignorance of the law is no excuse, but I think we should think about making sure that property owners and businesses on Fifth Avenue are aware of this, so that when they take some proactive steps. I was recently reviewing a chart showing a map and chart showing ownership of properties on Fifth Avenue from 3rd Street to 9th Street. And I was surprised at how fragmented the ownership actually is. I mean, if you would, there's approximately 30 different owners, maybe more. And we tend to think of it as concentrated in a few parties, but it's very fragmented. And so, and these are the property owners. The businesses are obviously, in many cases, separate. But my suggestion would just be that we, in talking to, maybe staff could talk to the bid, and between, and they might be the best vehicle to, but to think through a way of just sending this information directly to property owners and businesses, and making sure they're aware of the new rules.
Sure. I failed to mention at the Planning Advisory Board hearing in May, Mr. Barone did attend and voiced his support of the implementation of this.
Yeah.
So we can certainly reach out to the bid and let them know that this is coming up for second reading and get them this text amendment, the language for it, more importantly, the materials and the landscape and hardscape materials. I would also say that anytime that we've got a project that comes in for redevelopment, there's a pre-application process, and that's a fantastic time to remind that design team that these are the new rules on Fifth Avenue. These are the new
very good point.
to choose
Yeah.
from, and this will be applied going forward. And so we can do that as well.
To Councilmember Chrisman's point, with the rules or the of the bid changing, and they don't have to notify their property owners, I think it's the responsibility of the city to inform the property owners that this is being changed. So I don't. Obviously, you have access to those addresses, and notifying them about this change, I think, is important if no one's opposed to that. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Hutchison.
Yeah, thank you. Good discussion. I look forward, when you get down into the details, rather, of walking down Fifth Avenue and looking at all the various materials that you're walking on, it really, it's dysfunctional. It's not what we would want in terms of a consistent look and feel. So you touched on, there's two things that I just wanted to comment on. One, if we're going to develop other guidance around the materials, the colors and stuff like that, that's a very important task because if it's going to divert from what GIA has, or GA, is it GAI? Or
GAI.
GAI. If it's going to deviate from what they've established, then we've got to be careful. And of course, we all know the environment we're working in right now where things are hard to get, right?
Right.
So I get
That was part of the discussion at PAB,
So
was recognizing.
your first pass at it and offering alternatives may not even work. Those may even be hard to get. So just I'm asking, my hat in my hand, just be careful about how we go down this path,
Sure, there's,
because it could have some unintended consequences. Next, there was some discussion about ownership of various properties, and we're going to continue to see a churn in property owners. And you try to get the message out, and as soon as you get the message out, here a change happens, and you have it, or we have it, or someone may not effectively communicate with the people that need to have that knowledge before they make some changes. So I don't know the degree to which we're going to incorporate messaging in our website, but if we haven't, then let's consider it, right? So we have something that's updated. And then if we do put it on our website for the city manager, please consider having it on somebody's work plan or to revisit it in some type of a rateable fashion. Every 6 months, in other words, so it doesn't get stale and old. So it's a big project. I think the intent of the community and the bid and everybody is to really clean that up and make it mirror the Naples image, what we really think that area should look like. But it's the moving pieces, the granular details that we've got to really manage well. So, thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, ladies.
Any other comments, council? What is left within that plan that we have not addressed?
Everything.
Everything?
Everything else.
I believe, and this is going off of memory, I was involved in some of the walking tours, but after that, I hadn't been involved. So going off review of my memory of the plan, I believe what's left is the discussion on whether on sidewalk widths and outdoor dining, which is pretty timely considering some of our recent city council meetings. So there's elements of some of their suggestions on having outdoor dining zones in certain places and only in certain places versus the width of sidewalks and planters. So it's the physical design of the sidewalk and that streetscape that's still, I think, undecided. This is the materials and pallets, and I believe that the thought was to get that adopted so that as we see the redevelopment that happens, like Councilmember Hutchison was saying, is that, properties are going to turn over, different folks are going to come in, and they may think they're making a slight change, but it could be a significant change when it comes to materials. And so adopting the landscape and hardscape at least gets that toe in, and then we can start to work on the design of that streetscape and what council really wants that to look like moving forward.
And so the reason I ask that is those elements that we haven't addressed, if we can incorporate it with the up and coming, whether it's at a workshop or I think we've discussed we're going to have outdoor dining, finish that conversation and.
Yeah, and it would certainly be a joint effort between the CRA, because this was, I believe, this was all funded from the CRA, so we just want to recognize that as well.
Right, yep, okay, thank you. And
Mayor, if I could, I think also that GAI report dealt with the issue around wayfinding and signage, and also trying to deal with the activation of Sudgeon Plaza. Those are just two other things that stick in my memory that were part of that report.
Okay, Councilmember Blankenship?
Thank you. Yes, I was going to point out the Sugden Plaza renovation and the entranceway from the parking garage, and where it's like a dirty alley now. They had a lot of specific recommendations since visitors and guests enter the city by parking there and come into Sugden Plaza. They had some recommendations, as well as renovating the restrooms behind the band shell, because that's one of the other main facilities visitors use when they're on Fifth Avenue.
Okay.
So those were capital improvements that maybe the CRA could look at over time.
You will likely see some of the walkway from the parking garage into Sugden Plaza in an upcoming petition. So stay tuned.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Blankenship. Councilmember Hutchison?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing, I know it's built in here, but when you look over the materials that are presented to us, unless I missed it, we talk about the pallets, we talk about materials, but if I'm a business owner, I just want to make sure the triggering mechanism, if I'm going to be doing upgrades, where does that come in? Where is that outlined, or is that just part of our process that won't be missed?
Essentially, if you propose to make any improvements to that right-of-way area, that's when this would come in. So if you would buy a property, we're not going to make you tear out what you have and incorporate this, but it's a redevelopment trigger. If you propose to do anything, this is what you have to do.
And we're going to effectively message that as well, correct?
Yeah, and so I was going to say too, while it doesn't sound as set in stone, we do meet with all, I mean, our architectural and landscape architectural community is relatively small in the city. It's kind of the same players. We get a lot, and we meet with them on every project, so we can put the word out that way as well. Just, FYI, this is what's happening on Fifth Avenue, so, as they meet with clients and design projects, they'll know about that.
Awesome.
It's a little more informal, but it's just as effective.
Very effective.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any further discussion? Can I have a motion to approve?
I'll move for approval of this item.
I have a motion by Councilman Chrisman for approval of an ordinance of Chapter 58 zoning. A second?
I'll second.
A second by Councilman Perry. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
That concludes 11B. Thank you. We completed 12A, moving to 13A. Good morning, Mrs. Rambosk.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. Before you is to consider appointing an alternate member to the Planning Advisory Board. We interviewed Quimby Tyler yesterday, and you previously interviewed Mr. Dwyer as a regular member of the Planning Advisory Board, but also as a DRB applicant. So just to bring you back there, we could go back to the May 2nd appointments to the Planning Advisory Board. You may recall that we had 3 applicants that did not get appointed at that time to the Planning Advisory Board, and council asked the city clerk to reach out to see if any one of them would be interested in serving as the alternate member. We did have one person interested in serving as the alternate member. However, it would not have been unusual if council would have proceeded that day to appoint an alternate. It is in line with what you've done in the past. We've advertised it on the agenda to appoint members and/or alternate member, just in case the alternate got moved up. We've done that previously. So in this case, we came back and we did have one interested candidate, Mr. Dwyer, and in the meantime, we had an applicant, Quimby Tyler, that you interviewed. So we have 2 applicants for the alternate position. And I also want to remind council that I was directed to bring this back to you prior to the summer break, because we have someone who may miss meetings of the PAB during the summer. So I just kind of wanted to bring all that up as reminders, and we're happy to proceed any which way you would like to go. We have the ballot ready for you today, and at this time, if you want to proceed with your conversation.
Thank you. Councilmember Blankenship?
Thanks, Ms. Rambosk. Can you remind us, what's the normal time period for advertising vacancies, and what was the time period for advertising this vacancy?
Okay, that's why I tried to distinguish between what was on your agenda May 2nd, because we did have on your agenda May 2nd to appoint members to the PAB and / applicants or alternates. So that was properly advertised in our view. Our policy looking forward at vacancies coming up, we tend to do the 90-day lookout because it takes a while to get things advertised. And as you know, it takes a while to get our agenda items, applicants submitted, and meet the agenda process for 2-3 weeks before a meeting. So we look at about 90 days.
So, and this particular one, how long was it held? And I know you were acting under council direction,
Right.
but how long, was it a week, 2 weeks?
Well, normally I don't go back and advertise for this when council directed that I come back to see if anyone was interested in the existing list.
So we had one new
So-
applicant, then if it wasn't advertised?
It was advertised for a short period of time, just because it automatically pops up on our software system that there's a vacancy as soon as Mr. Coughlin got put up as a regular member. That showed a vacancy in the system. So that's automatically advertised out there for the public.
So it was a few days?
It was a little longer than that. We're talking probably 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. And we have, how many regular members do we have of the PEB now? 7 filled positions?
Yes, it's full.
And what does it take to have a quorum for them to meet?
4.
4? And how many people are going to potentially?
I don't know. That
Absent?
was just something I
One?
heard, and I don't have any information about that. It was something I heard from council that somebody might be missing.
One person might miss? Okay.
That's what I heard.
Okay. While we have 2 very good candidates, it just concerns me that we've short-circuited the process that we normally follow, especially after season, when people aren't in town anymore. So I would recommend we keep the time period open and then vote later. Just give more, if we end up having no applicants, we still have 2 good ones. But I just think it's fair to the public to keep it open longer and see if we have other interested people who would be willing to apply. Thanks.
I have a,
Yes, Councilmember Petronoff?
can we go back to the original May 2nd? Was it May 2nd that we had the vote for the PAB members? Was the automatic 4th person going to be the alternate? Was that going to be a separate item?
No, it would have come back as a separate ballot. So with the remaining 3, we would have had a ballot circulated, and there would have been a vote on those 3.
Okay, so that it would not have been re-advertised, or it would have?
No, it would not. Normally, it would not have.
Okay, it would not for the alternate.
Well, only in that case because it was already advertised on the upcoming agenda for these
Okay.
appointments.
This is why I think the notice would be okay in this case, because it is an alternate, and it was, if one of the people raised their hand, or if no one else applied, then I guess Mr. Dwyer would have just been appointed. Is that correct?
It's up to us.
It would have been up to us, okay.
The direction we
Mayor?
gave at that time was the one lady who was the next in the total ballots. We said we didn't know if she would take the appointment, but since she was the next person for the city clerk to approach and to see if she would take it, and if she would take it, then we were,
Good to go.
yeah, we would have the alternate filled. So that was at least my recollection of what took place at that point. And
Correct.
then it came back and said, no, the individual was not going to take it.
No, there were actually there were 7 on the ballot.
Yes,
4 were elected.
4 were elected.
3, 2 of whom were incumbents, and we asked Ms. Rambosk to make sure that those 3 were interested in standing as an alternate.
Well, see, I thought it was a little different. I thought we said because of the next, was the incumbent, the lady, that if she was interested, because she was the next number.
I think we said check with all 3.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Because I thought
Because then
go with her.
I thought we were going to go from
then the 2
Okay.
incumbents decided that they didn't want to stand for alternate, which left Mr. Dwyer. And I think then we asked since it was down to 1, to repost it. I think that's my recollection of how it came about.
Mine too.
Any other discussion? Okay, well, there's, does anyone,
I think in this case, we should just proceed. I mean, there is 2 good candidates, and there is one individual who has said that they won't be at it, so this would make for a full 7 body for some of the upcoming. So I think in this case, we should just proceed, and as we talked about yesterday, make sure, and I think the city clerk is already taking great steps to look at and map out a cadence for things that open up from here, so.
okay. All right, well, council, we'll move forward with the ballots.
Is that the consensus of the council?
I was waiting for any other discussion. I have Councilman Blankenship, which would like to continue this
I
item.
mean, we'd have 2 points of view.
Maybe we take a consensus to see
Yes.
if we want to do that.
Okay, Council,
Yes or no?
Councilman Perry, would you like to proceed or continue this item?
Pressure is overwhelming.
Well, I can't start this way.
No, I understand. No, I understand.
Sorry.
I think we need a little levity in this situation. I'm really indifferent. I guess if I were to choose one, I would be prepared to go ahead today.
I'd be prepared to go ahead today as well.
Crispin?
Let's go ahead today, get it over with.
Okay. Council, prepare your ballots.
As a process check, we just check the one that we want. Is that
No,
correct?
1 and 2.
We do 1 and 2. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council, please check the ballot and confirm your voting is correct. We have Quimby Tyler receiving the highest number, and therefore the alternate member to serve on the Planning Advisory Board. And this is for a term May 1st, 2022, and expiring April 30th, 2025. And just so council knows, this is the term set by the code, and all appointments go back to May 1st of 2022.
And we got to move to
And
certify.
we move to certify
Hey,
and
I
make the
move to
appointment.
certify the ballots.
Motion by McCabe for certifying the ballot.
Second.
I have a second by Councilmember Hutchison. All
Yep, go ahead.
all in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously.
And now do we have to move that we appoint?
Yes.
Okay, that's it, okay. Move to appoint Quenby Tyler to the alternate position on PAB.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor and a second by Councilmember Petrinoff. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Rambosk. That
Thank you.
concludes 13A. Mr. Buderschwart, can we just take a break for 5 minutes before we are 11, or do you want to continue?
We have two ordinances. One's a second reading item. The other's a first reading. Perhaps take the second reading. And I'll
Okay.
take 30 seconds, and then we can go into our break.
Thank you. We'll move to item 14A. And
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an ordinance amending Article 3, Section 3.1 of the City of Naples Charter entitled Qualifications to change the city manager residency requirement to require residency in unincorporated Collier County rather than only within the City of Naples while serving as city manager, providing for a referendum on the question of approval of the proposed amendment in English and in Spanish, providing for filing the revised charter as amended with the Florida Department of State, providing for coordination with the Supervisor of Elections of Collier County, Florida, providing for severability, conflicts, and an effective date. As the city manager mentioned, this ordinance is before you on second reading. The changes that were made were to limit the residency requirement to the City of Naples or unincorporated Collier County. The prior draft that was before you would have allowed residency in the city of Marco as well as in the city of Everglades City. So with that said, our recommendation would be that you approve the proposed ordinance and direct the city clerk to timely forward an executed copy to the Collier County Supervisor of Elections.
thank you. Council, any discussion? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
I have a motion for approval by Vice Mayor McCabe and a second by Councilmember Blankenship. All in favor, sign by aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Yes, Vice Mayor?
So this is going to come on to the actual August ballot? Correct. And that's like August 13th or something like that?
I don't have the exact date. I think it's the 23rd, I want to say, but I'm not 100% certain.
Okay, and I ask that because we will barely be back in session, and this will need a public campaign out from the city to make sure that the residents kind of understand what it is.
I don't know that the city actually advocates
Okay,
in an active campaign.
okay.
A public
Yes,
information.
something needs to go out to inform
To
the
inform.
residents of what this really is.
Correct.
And how the council voted.
Yeah, because it could be construed differently and might be implode under its own weight at times. So I would think that we would need some type of public information. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and that means also reaching out to our newspaper or to the media. Yeah,
It would be in the form of informing the public that this ordinance was passed and that this ordinance is going to the supervisor.
thank you. Okay, that concludes 14A. we can go to 15B. 14B, excuse me. I've added on 15.
This is a first reading item. Perhaps you take your break now since we have an 11 a.m. time slot.
Okay, thank you. I agree. Council, we'll take a break until our time certain of 11 o'clock. Okay, council, we are back in for a regular meeting on item 8, Board of Appeals. Ms. Stuprich?
So the next item on your agenda is a public hearing for review of the appeal of a Design Review Board Resolution 22-04. This was rendered by the Design Review Board on March 30th, 2022. It approved an application for final design review for a 7-story transient lodging development over a partially below-ground garage on approximately 4 acres of property owned by the Naples Beach Club Land Trust Trustee, LLC, and located at 851 Gulf Shore Boulevard, North Naples, Florida. Mayor, I would like to go ahead and make just a few general comments before we get into the merits of this particular appeal. This is regarding the nature of this proceeding, which is different from the regular quasi-judicial hearings that you undertake, and also a few general remarks about this specific appeal for the benefit of the public. This appeal is what's referred to as a de novo quasi-judicial review of a decision by your Design Review Board. Because the review is quasi-judicial in nature, it requires our public hearing to comply with procedural requirements established in Florida law, as well as in your procedural rules related to the DRB appeals, which the City Council adopted in Section 10N of Resolution 2021-14640. So generally, quasi-judicial proceedings, these are proceedings that are less formal than a proceeding before a circuit court. But again, as I stated, they are more formal than your normal City Council meetings. And for that reason, we must follow basic standards of notice, due process for the protection of the property owner's private property rights, as well as the rights of individuals who are uniquely affected by the decisions that you'll be making. So in a quasi-judicial matter, your decisions have to be based on competent, substantial evidence, and that is the only evidence that you should be considering in your deliberation and your voting on this item. So pure speculation without any type of factual basis or mere opinion testimony is not by the Florida courts considered competent facts which you should base your decision upon. However, testimony by individuals who may not be subject experts, but who have fact-based information, personal knowledge in support of a particular position can be considered competent and substantial evidence as decided by the Florida courts. Any testimony or evidence provided to you that is not related to the criteria of the matter that is under review is irrelevant and should be disregarded. So today, the application is one for final design review, and this is one of many approvals that the completion of the Naples Beach Hotel redevelopment project will need to obtain. Because this is a de novo review of the application, you'll be reviewing the matter as if you were the Design Review Board, as provided in Section 2-477C, and a copy of that section of your code is found in Agenda Item Number 1. As the Design Review Board, it has limited authority and jurisdiction. As the name implies, the Design Review Board only reviews design-related matters. For example, the Design Review Board does not review for consistency with your comprehensive plan. That is a review that's completed by your Planning Advisory Board as your local planning agency. The DRB does not review site plans. That is an administrative function performed by staff unless the project is zoned as a PD, in which case the City Council will review the site plan for compliance with the zoning code, sitting as the City Council and not sitting as the DRB in the form of the Board of Appeals. So as the Board of Appeals in today's hearing, you'll be reviewing the matter that was previously presented to your for design review pursuant to 2-477C, And you, again, will be reviewing this appeal as if you were the design review board and hearing the application for the first time. So in today's hearing, as your design review board did, you'll be looking at the DRB petition, which a copy of that is agenda item 29. And you'll be reviewing that petition for compliance with the criteria that is in section 50-241 of your Code of Ordinances. And thereafter, you will affirm, reverse, or modify the DRB's prior decision in its resolution as part of your appeal responsibilities. So to avoid any confusion concerning this specific appeal, today you are not reviewing administrative approvals of site plans associated with the project rendered by your staff on March 12th, 2022. The DRB, and you are sitting as the DRB today, does not have the authority in your Code of Ordinances to review administrative site plans or denials recommended by city staff. And I just wanted to go ahead and make those introductory remarks to clarify what we're doing today and how we will be proceeding forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for that clarification, and there are just a few items that we need to address for the record. So at this time, if any council members have a conflict of interest and that would prohibit them from voting on this item, please disclose this for the record and complete the required voting conflict form and provide it to the clerk once it's filled out. And we have any conflicts? Council Blankenship, McCabe, Hutchison,
No conflict.
Chrisman. No. Petrinoff, Perry, and no conflicts.
No conflicts.
Thank you. Also, if council members have had any ex parte communications as defined in Resolution 95-7474, please disclose those by identifying the subject of the communication and identify of the person and group or entity of whom the communications have taken place or any correspondence that are received. A copy of the written communication should be provided by the city clerk for review by the parties and inclusion in the record.
Mayor, I would like to also add that we have been in contact with the appellant, and we did do a search of city council emails from May 25th to yesterday, approximately 12 o'clock. And Mr. Myers has been provided with a copy of these emails that were pulled in that search. I believe each one of you have a copy of the letter that was provided to Mr. Myers, as well as a copy of the emails that had been sent that were found in your email box. And the purpose of this is to assist you with disclosures concerning any ex parte communications you may have had via email.
Yes, Councilmember Hutchison.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Stuprich, you mentioned the date of May 25th. Is that 2022?
Yes, sir.
And could you explain why you only went or started with a date of May 25th?
Because at that point, I think that the actual announcement of the hearing and the fact that it was moving forward to this appeal was what we were able to acquire as far as the emails. It would be the responsibility of you all to disclose any prior communications that you may have had, which had perhaps previously been provided to the city clerk. And any disclosures that are made, we would allow the applicant as well as the property owner to ask you questions about the nature of the disclosure and what was said and if it's impacted you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other questions? Okay. Disclosures. Councilman Perry?
Mayor, I have had a 30-second conversation with a representative of the applicant concerning the procedures here today, merely asking if this is to be a regular full hearing. I've read several of the appellant's emails concerning this matter that have been sent to us, and those have been included in the city's email system, and it looks as if those are included in the packet that was circulated this morning. I have visited the site and driven by the site, very familiar with the site, and prior to that, I've had some incidental discussions about the general project, not the subject matter of this appeal, with various representatives of the applicant. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Petronov?
Yes, I went in front of the Ethics Committee to make sure that I didn't have conflicts of interest and talked about, conversations, et cetera. I have spoken with Mr. Myers, but not really about this per se. I don't know if I've spoke with Alex specifically about this. I don't think so. We've spoken on other topics, but not this one in particular. My discussions with Mr. Meyer have been more around sort of procedure. Did we follow the proper procedures? Which I'm kind of hearing that this is not really what this hearing is about. It's more about DRB criteria, if I'm hearing that correctly. Okay. I have not really spoken with the petitioner, other than, well, I guess I didn't speak to him on the 3 different FOI requests from Mr. Pasadomo's office that we all received. I think that about covers it. I have nothing socially. I do live across the street from the property, from the golf course, but that did not present a conflict.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Familiar with the site, visited the site many times. Regarding this matter, I've had no conversations or communications directly with either the petitioner, applicant, nor the appellant, other than to review material that was provided to us by the, either sent to us by the city attorney or by the appellant directly, and reviewed other material that was provided to us as part of this appeals hearing, and otherwise the only conversations I've had were with the city attorney, really relating to understanding better the procedure and structure of this hearing.
Thank you. Councilmember Hutchison?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the many months, it's kind of hard for me to break, establish a point of where this particular appeal process and the details associated with it when it started, and of course it hasn't ended yet. But I would tell you that over the many, many months, I have emails from Mr. Myers, Mr. Ranson, representatives of the Athens Group, and members of the public. Just in emails not associated specifically with this appeal, but in general matters associated with the entire project. I have approximately 50 plus through the emails from Mr. Ranson and others. They're all in my city email. I've had conversations, in addition to emails, I've had conversations with Myers, Ranson, representatives of the Athens Group, and members of the public. I have a few text messages restricted only to requests for meetings on the subject matter of the proposed project for the Athens Group. I've visited the site. I'm very familiar with the property in question, and I've kept an open mind through these many months of this project moving forward, and I remain committed to keeping an open mind and reserving any judgment or making any conclusions until this process is completely settled. So, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor McCabe.
Yes, I'm familiar with the site, visited the site, and in regards to this DRB hearing and appeals, I have had no conversations with either side, and I look forward to the materials presented and make a decision based on those. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Blankenship?
Yes, I'm familiar with the site and I visited it. I've received emails, which I think are included in the packet regarding this DRB appeal. I've had discussion with our city attorney about the process for this hearing. I've had lots of other discussions with residents and staff and others about other aspects of this project, including the conservation easement that was granted to the city, the stormwater project and easement where we're removing the pipes from the beach, the upcoming Naples Triathlon that's being hosted at the hotel site, but no real discussions or contact regarding this specific appeal, DRB appeal.
And I have not spoken to the petitioner or to Mr. Myers in reference to this appeal hearing. And I have spoken to Mr. Myers in the past, and I have spoken to Mr. Newman in the past in reference in general to the project. And I have spoken to the attorneys about this process, and I remain with an open mind for this hearing.
Madam Mayor, if I may amend.
Yes, Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you. I want to amend my statements. I recently ran for re-election to the seat of city councilman. I wanted to disclose that there are members, there are, I believe, relatives of those, not Mr. Myers, but I believe Mr. Ranson, who is also associated with this. I've seen his name in some of the communications that we have in our packet today, and I received campaign contributions from people associated with Mr. Ranson. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, who is representing the appellant?
So Mayor, council members, we understand that Mr. Myers will be participating today by Zoom, and David has accommodated that. And if, David, if you could allow there he is.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Hello, you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Myers?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions regarding any of the disclosures?
The only thing I would like to confirm, Mayor, is that the email that I sent this morning at 9:07 a.m. To you, City Council, Ms. Rambosk, Mr. Boudishwar, Ms. Stuprich, is in the record, and that my statement of appeal and the exhibits attached to that email are also in the record, because I will be referring to them today.
Madam Clerk, I do not have them. I might have them in my email. I have not looked at emails. Madam Clerk?
I do not see it included in this packet.
Mr. Myers' face.
Oh, maybe that's us.
So, Mr. Myers, this is Nancy. It appears that we have not received your email. If you can resend it, I will accommodate and work with the clerk, and we'll make sure that we get that in the record for you.
I sent it to 20 different people and to myself, and it came back to me. Are you sure you didn't receive it?
I see nothing at 8 o'clock this morning, or 9 o'clock?
7 a.m.
Mr. McCabe, I'll have you on the microphone.
I do not see, you said 9 a.m.?
9:07 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, I see nothing.
Nothing here.
So we will accommodate it. Mr. Myers, is it possible for you to resend it? And
I will.
again, we'll make copies and distribute.
I'm gonna put resent. And, why don't you tell me if somebody gets this so that we can continue. Okay, I just sent it again.
It is possible that you have a number of attachments to the email,
Yes, ma'am.
and it's probably caught in our filter.
I got it.
Just came in.
Okay. So we will also make copies available to the public and provide a copy to the property owners' representatives who are here.
I would appreciate that because there's a statement of appeal in there that I'm gonna walk through, and it would be easier for everyone, I think, and more efficient.
Yes, not a problem.
Thank you.
And I'll repeat, if somebody could, whoever has a mouse, remove the blinking hand from Mr. Myers' face.
Microphone. Councilman. Vice Mayor.
Also, the email says there's an attachment, but I don't have an attachment to mine.
There should be attachments to everybody's. Does anybody have the
city clerk just
attachment?
confirmed that she is printing and she will provide a copy.
So for the record, the city clerk has confirmed that she has received your email, Mr. Myers, and that the city clerk will be providing copies for council members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And this, Mr. Myers, can you resend the attachments? Because apparently the second email came through without attachments.
Sure how that happened.
Madam Mayor?
While we're waiting, Councilmember Hutchison.
Yes, Ms. Sturbridge, given this revelation that there's being introduced materials that are apparently germane to this proceeding, which no one on council has read, nor have you or anyone else, can you tell us how we are to proceed with holding this hearing?
So, Mr. Myers has indicated that during his presentation, he would be walking you through that information. And if you feel that you have an adequate understanding of what's in those documents, you would assign the weight to them as you would any other piece of information that's in your record.
And are there any rules about if subsequent information comes during this hearing? I mean, is there no rules or procedures related to the introduction of the information?
Yes, however, we do operate, again, it's quasi-judicial, and so we do have to accommodate appellants as well as property owners in the notion of fairness. We want the proceeding to be fair, and for whatever reason, if he was unable to provide that information to you in advance, that would have been the preferable strategy. However, he is participating by Zoom. He is providing it, and we are accommodating as best as possible. Again, we are providing you as well copies of the emails that were that we found in the city records from the date that the agenda was published through today. And that, too, could be viewed as additional information.
Okay. Thank you.
I just said to you again, Ms. Sturbridge, and as well to Ms. Rambosk. Can you let me know if you got those attachments this time?
Yes, and I believe, Mayor, that there are a few more housekeeping items, so maybe we could go through those, and once we get to the merits of the appeal, hopefully we'll have all the documentation to be presented to you and applied, given the appropriate weight.
So the order of the hearing has been sent to council members. It's also on.
Mayor, I apologize, but we do need to finish as far as, were there any questions
Disclosures.
concerning disclosures from Mr. Myers as well as from the petitioner?
Petitioner.
Yeah.
Mr. Myers, have you concluded, and I'll move to the applicants?
Yes, I have no questions of the
Thank you.
disclosure.
Thank you, sir. Who is representing the property owner? And do you have any questions about the, oh, excuse me, Mr. Pasadomo, if you'll come forward to the podium.
Disclosures.
Will you just state your name for the record?
John Pasadomo, 821 Fifth Avenue South.
And you don't, you do not have any questions regarding disclosures?
I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go into the,
There's a few more housekeeping items.
okay, so council members, you've already, have any of you formed an opinion regarding the merits of the appeal or have a bias towards any of the participants which would prevent you from voting in a fair and impartial manner? Based on the testimony you will hear and the evidence that will be presented. If so, please state your bias. Councilman Perry?
I have no bias. Thank you.
I have no bias.
I have no bias or preconceived opinions on this matter.
No bias.
Okay,
I have no bias.
No bias.
Blankenship, and I have no bias and have an open mind in this hearing. And if you intend to speak, please keep in mind that your testimony is under oath. And when you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. We also ask that you fill out the speaker form in the back of the room, and please give that to the clerk. Madam Clerk?
Mayor,
Mr. Meyer?
yes, hi, excuse me, Mayor. I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I would like to respond to one statement, preliminary statement that Ms. Stuprich made concerning what is being reviewed here today.
I think the appropriate time would be during the presentation
Okay.
of your presentation. Right now, we still have just a few little items that we want to clear up for the records before we get started. So I think, Mayor, you're asking
this
if any
time-
of the speakers would come forward.
Yes, if you'll be speaking at the hearing, please stand.
For all
And-
those intending to offer testimony, please rise and raise your right hand. Mr. Myers, I'll need you to raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
And when you please come to the podium to speak, please state your name and your area of expertise and your qualifications. Madam, Ms.
So for
Stuprich?
the record, we would also like to verify that the matter has been properly advertised, and I believe your planning staff can speak to that.
Yes, we did send a notice, a public notice of this appeal to all property owners within 1,000, it's on, within 1,000 feet of the subject property.
Your name for the record.
Oh, Erica Martin, Planning Director.
Thank you.
And as far as the agenda item 27, is there a copy of the mailing labels?
There is, yes, there's a copy of the mailing labels and a copy of the letter that was sent out.
And is Mr. Myers' name on there?
Yes, he was one of the property owners noticed.
Ms. Duperich, Ms. Dolmer doesn't need to be accepted as, well, our staff is, but
I believe that you said that they could state their qualifications when, prior to their presentation. In the alternative, we could go ahead and qualify them as witnesses, and if they would each state what their qualifications are, and we could then have a motion by council to accept them as expert witnesses. And if Mr. Myers or the property owners, if they have any other individuals who wish to testify as experts, this could be an appropriate time to go ahead and address that housekeeping matter.
okay, it would make sense to do it now instead of prior to. So our city staff have been sworn in. Council accepting, or the petitioner, do I need to get separate motions for the petitioner and for the appellant?
So I think for the record, we would ask Mr. Myers, do you have any experts that would be testifying today?
No, ma'am.
And for the property owner, Mr. Pasadomo, do you have any experts that need to be qualified?
Our expert is Tim McCarthy of the Hart-Howerton firm.
At this time, if Mr. McCarthy would come forward and share your credentials, and then council can accept them.
You bet.
Or
Good
not.
morning, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Tim McCarthy. I'm a licensed architect in the state of Florida, qualified in the context of this design review board hearing to analyze and interpret design on behalf of the project that's before you today. I'm a partner and managing principal at an interdisciplinary design firm, also engaged as the landscape architect on behalf of the petitioner. My CV is on file with the city.
Yes, and you have presented before council. Council, do we accept Mr. McCarthy as a witness? Yes? So moved? We can just move forward with so moved.
Thank you.
By the way, as a clarification, that's as an expert witness, is that correct?
Expert witness.
Thank you.
Let me just clarify, Ms. Stuperich, would you like a formal vote in accepting?
Mayor, it might be more efficient to go ahead and hear the qualifications of your planning staff and to then consider
Accept
whether or
all.
not they would be qualified to provide testimony to you today as experts. And if there is no objection, then a vote could be taken to qualify all those individuals as experts.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Martin?
Sure. Erica Martin, I'm your planning director. I have a bachelor's degree in political science. I have a master's degree in public administration. I've been with the City of Naples Planning Department for approximately exactly 15 years. I've been your planning director for a little over a year at this point, but I've also served as a planner, a senior planner, deputy planning director, then interim planning director, and now as your planning director. And I've been previously qualified as an expert in planning and zoning matters before this board.
And Ms. Dolmer?
Good morning, Leslie Dolmer. I'm the Deputy Director of the Planning Department. I have a bachelor's degree in urban planning and development and a master's degree in landscape architecture. I have been with the City of Naples for a little over 8 years, starting as a planner 2, and then senior planner, and now the Deputy Director. Previous to my work here at the city, I was the planning coordinator for the town of Fort Myers Beach, where I was also found as an expert in planning and zoning matters in that jurisdiction. And prior to that, I worked in the private sector for a number of consulting firms. I have been previously certified as an expert in planning and zoning matters for the City of Naples, like I said, for 8 years. Thank you.
Okay. And that would conclude with the witnesses, the expert witnesses. I now will take a motion to accept the witnesses as presented.
Accept the 3 witnesses who presented their credentials as expert witnesses.
A motion by Councilman Blankenship.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hutchison. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Swearing in of witnesses,
We've completed that.
but I just want to clarify that for the public, if there is public, they need to be sworn in also?
Are there members of the public that are wishing to make any testimony? There are none in chambers.
None. And just confirm that members of the public would have to be in this room and present to speak?
Yes, we do not have anyone participating by Zoom other than Mr. Myers.
Thank you. And we have confirmed that and verified the advertising and that it's been properly noticed. So, Ms. Stuperich, is there anything regarding Mr. Myers standing?
No, I do not believe so, Mayor. I'd like to point out to council that Section 2-477A of your Code of Ordinances identifies who would have standing to present an appeal before you. And those individuals are the applicant, the property owner, or anyone residing within 1,000 feet of the subject property. The appeal has to be filed within 15 days of the decision by the DRB, and a fee of $500 must be paid. So in your packet is agenda item number 7, and that is a letter from Mr. Myers indicating that he wishes to appeal the DRB's March 30th, 2022 decision. His letter is dated April the 12th of 2022, which is within 15 days of the DRB's March 30th, 2022 decision. And attached to his letter is a copy of the receipt for the fee to be paid for this appeal. Mr. Myers resides at 700 Gulf Shore Boulevard, Naples, and his name appeared on the list of individuals residing within 1,000 feet of the subject property. And a copy of that list of individuals who received notice of today's appeal is included as agenda item 5.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions about the standing? Mr. Myers? Is there a motion to find Mr. Myers has standing to file this appeal?
I vote that he has standing for this appeal.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Petronoff accepting standing for Mr. Myers, and I have a second by Vice Mayor McCabe. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, moving forward, David, if you'll please put up the slide that'll show the order for today. Mr. Myers, you received a copy of the order of today's hearing?
Yes, Mayor, I did.
Okay. And for the rest of us, it's on the screen. And I'll just read it so that we are clear how today will proceed. The DRB applicant and its experts will have 20 minutes to present the application for final design review for council's consideration. I will then ask for council members to ask questions that they may have. Next, there will be 20-minute presentation by the city staff, followed by questions from city council. Then Mr. Myers' presentation will follow for 20 minutes for Mr. Myers' presentation to city council, and then city council will ask questions after his 20 minutes. Mr. Myers will then have 10 minutes to ask questions of city staff and DRB applicant. The DRB applicant will have 10 minutes to ask questions of city staff and Mr. Myers. I will ask that all questions posed by council, the applicant, or Mr. Myers be held until the conclusion of each presentation. I will further request that all questions be limited to matters relevant to this application before the city council today, namely the application's compliance with the criteria set forth in section 50-241 of the city code. Additionally, there is ongoing litigation related to the development of the subject property, and because these matters are being adjudicated by the court, city staff will be instructed not to answer questions which are not relevant to the proceedings and which are directly relevant to the matters before the court. Mr. Myers, are you clear on today's proceedings?
Yes, Mayor.
And Mr. Pasadomo? Sorry, sir, to come up.
Yes, Mayor. No objection.
Okay. And just to be clear, the clerk will put the timer at 20 minutes. Will indicate 1 minute that is left, and the conclusion of the 20 minutes.
Mayor,
Mr. Bassett?
There's also the opportunity for the public to speak. Again, there is no one in chambers, but they would have been provided with 3 minutes to make whatever comments they wanted. And then there would be closing comments from both sides, 10 minutes per side. At that point, the public hearing would be closed, and discussion would only occur among council members until a vote is taken.
Okay. So at this time, we'll have a presentation by the DRB applicant. Mr. Pasadomo, if you'll come to the podium.
Mr. McCarthy will make our presentation, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
If you'll just state your name for the record.
My name is Tim McCarthy. I'm a licensed architect in the state of Florida, and I'm before you here today to present competent, substantial evidence relating to the hotel-only portion of the Naples Beach Club. The city's rules, as we just went through for today's hearing, stipulate a 20-minute time limit for my presentation relating to section 50-241, the architectural and landscape architectural design standards espoused in the city's code. So I will endeavor to be brief in addressing your 13 criteria. However, I would welcome the opportunity to respond to any questions that you have as outlined in the agenda today, or to clarify ambiguities in the process of that due to how quickly I abbreviate today's presentation in the context of this de novo hearing. A year ago, the hotel was reviewed with and approved by the Design Review Board in June. Our intention at that point in time had been to apply for a building permit immediately thereafter. But staff identified that the plans reviewed and approved by the Design Review Board at that point in time were not consistent with the 2019 Site Plan with Deviations Resolution 2019-14417. So in the first quarter of this year, staff re-reviewed a process that began in the fourth quarter and extended into the first quarter of this year. Staff determined that plans were back in compliance and consistent with that Site Plan with Deviations resolution, and we therefore re-secured Design Review Board approval in March. In full transparency, we needed to remove a pool as illustrated on the left-hand side of what was reviewed with the Design Review Board in June of 2021, a year ago. On the right-hand side is the current proposal where you can see the removal of that pool. In addition, There were a few sleeping porches associated with the hotel accommodations that were removed and relocated, and we'll go through that in the course of conversation this morning. In the process of staff administrative review that commenced in the fourth quarter and extended into the first quarter, in an effort to confirm consistency with those existing approvals, additional on-grade parking was requested by staff and incorporated by the applicant. Specifically at the front door, on the top of the screen, an additional accessible space under the Florida Building Code was provided near the front porch. Additional valet spaces were accommodated, recognizing the pace at which people may choose to leave the property after sunset, after having a cocktail at HB's or the veranda courtyard. Additional other locations where parking was provided for that valet team are illustrated on the right-hand side. And associated with the pool rework and the sleeping porches, landscape architecture was amended. And so today, we are focused on a portion of the 4 acres north of 8th Avenue North and west of Gulf Shore Boulevard, as illustrated on screen. We are focused on the city's 13 criteria of Design Review Board approval for the hotel-related only portion. Using historic community precedents for scale, color, proportion, and materials consistent and compatible with the community, we drew inspiration to integrate with the local neighborhood environment. Specifically, we looked at the 70+ years of direct precedent on the site, how the old hotel looked, materials chosen and performed, how it operated, and how it integrated in those operations with the neighborhood. It's a premier address, 1,000 feet of beachfront, 125 acres of green space in the center of a growing and flourishing city. And that portion that we're going to review today is located along the illustrated blue component next to the beach. The hotel portion, this orientation has now rotated 90 degrees so that north is to the left. The hotel portion is in the lower right of the screen, and it's part of a comprehensive plan for the redevelopment of the property, inclusive of beachfront experiences, as well as extending across the Gulf Shore Garden, the landscaped environment that knits together the east and the west sides of Gulf Shore Boulevard. So we're focused today in the corner, as illustrated on screen, and it's part of a cohesive and comprehensive overall plan that contributes to the image of the city as a visually attractive, well-landscaped community. That landscape of the Gulf Shore Garden allows one to arrive at the hotel, its indoor spaces complemented in each instance by outdoor experiences. For purposes of today's discussion, Gulf Shore Boulevard at the top of the screen, a vehicle arrives and ascends a ramp using grading to allow people to arrive comfortably to the porch. A valet team member then, without having to re-enter the public right-of-way, is able to drive past that porch, sweep underneath the parking that's provided underneath the hotel lobby, and that valet team member is able to then bring that car back to the front door, having circulated underneath the building, back to the front door before you get your own car back and rejoin the public right-of-way immediately north of the 8th Avenue intersection with Gulf Shore Boulevard. Consistent with our commitment as expressed in 2018 through 70+ outreach sessions, reaching out to over 2,000 local citizens, people will arrive along Gulf Shore Boulevard welcomed by an iconic cupola, as well as the existing shift in the road alignment of Gulf Shore Boulevard that allows landscape to be at the forefront of your view. That iconic cupola is also visible as people leave the trail and drive along South Gulf Drive, arriving to the property for the first time. We remain consistent in that commitment, and while details may have been amended in the process of executing construction documents, that iconic cupola remains. Illustrated here on screen is a morning light coming from the right-hand side as you see the shadows extend across. And in so doing, you can see our sleeping porches that manage the southern sun, seen here in shadow on the left-hand side. Deep eaves that shed water associated with the rain in this climate. The hotel arrival, a combination of signage, monumentation, lighting, landscape, hardscape, and a front porch, denote the primary entrance. As part of that, materials have been chosen that are appropriate to this site, its location immediately adjacent to the beach, the salt air, details that are in common with the neighborhood and with the community at large. The project scale voluntarily steps down on the left-hand side from the underlying 7 stories and 87 feet of zoned height as it relates to the less intensive zoning across 8th Avenue North. Landscape is layered and ties in with its neighbors. As a person arrives from that front door, walks through the veranda restaurant, the veranda courtyard, scenic vistas orient people to the Gulf. That 2018-2019 vision, which enhanced those natural views to the Gulf, remain consistently applied as we transition to today's vision for the project. A series of terraces step down from the left-hand side lobby through the outdoor veranda courtyard, the main pool, and the dune enhancement strategy that has been approved by Fish and Wildlife through the DEP process. Excuse me. The veranda restaurant is organized to take advantage of those scenic views, while the design is appropriate to its function through adjacency to the kitchen. Materials are appropriate to this location, and the massing is designed to softly capture the sea breeze. And where the wings of the hotel, shown here on the left-hand side, extend forward and take the brunt of rain, porches are deeper to protect the glazing from the driving rain. Materials remain appropriate and consistent with their outlook onto the Gulf. Aesthetics are varied, but consistent within a comprehensive and unified vision. Columns, rails, brackets evolve around the scheme and allow each portion of the project to express itself specifically. Massing of the south wing, as illustrated here from its north side, as it extends out to its closest location to the beach, borrow from traditions like the Watkins, where individual components of the whole are allowed to be expressed in slightly different manners. The columns here, for example, are slightly different columns than the main body of the 7-story hotel on the left-hand side of the screen. At our family pool, the beach cabanas conceal climatically responsible frangible walls that respond to sea level change. The glazing illustrated allows for the visible light transmittance necessary in this environment for turtle responsive development. Choices with respect to metal roofs, stucco walls, tabby finishes, glazing systems, PVC wraps of non-organic materials that will withstand this coastal environment are chosen. And as a complement to that south wing, we have provided locations where the pedestrians at the edge of the property can link to the beach. We anticipate public safety through ambulance access along the Coconut Connector and allow for signage, retail, and green walls to articulate and express different moments along that experience, moving from Gulf Shore Boulevard to the beach. Salt-tolerant shade trees are chosen to enhance the experience of individuals along the beachside event lawn, known as the Watkins Lawn. Individual moments of expression allow for the theater of the pre-function to welcome people to and from their events in the oceanfront ballroom. And ultimately, throughout, our landscape environment is focused on the city's approved plant palette. And in the packets, you will see specific commitments to sizes and quantities of each one of these plants throughout the plan. As the project extends out towards the beach, our dune enhancement program has been approved by FWC. excuse me, hardscape is chosen to anticipate slip resistance around the pools. Our exterior lighting has been reviewed by and approved by FWC and South Florida Water Management District, and the signage locations have been indicated in your packet. In-
1 second, sir.
Ready?
Sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Okay.
When we first introduced this project to the public in November of 2018, there were 10 preconditions that the preliminary design review board highlighted. At that time, it was a comprehensive review of all 125 acres. So certain of those are applicable to either the right-of-way or the residential components of the project. But specifically, in the intervening time between November 18 and today, we've worked to incorporate a green roof experience for our hotel, as illustrated on screen. We've worked to anticipate water-sensitive strategies in continuing to work with the city and provide irrigation water, as well as to quantify stormwater management and water quality issues, as outlined in the civil engineering documents. We've worked to incorporate green walls as a condition of the DRB review and approval, as well as to accommodate innovative parking solutions, including in our below-ground garage, the stacker systems seen on screen. In closing, within this initial presentation, I'd just like to reflect on the 13 criteria that is the basis of today's hearing. The undersigned professionals, myself and our architect of record, our landscape architect, our civil engineer, and our lighting designer, do feel, as qualified witnesses whose CVs are part of our packet, that the overall plan as discussed today contributes to the image of the city as a visually attractive community, that the proposed buildings are of a quality and an appearance that is consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. The scale, size, color, and proportion are appropriate and harmonious. Appropriate building materials are being used. The scale of ground floor elements of the project is consistent with pedestrian experiences. Excuse me. The project's location and design adequately protects unique site characteristics such as scenic views and natural vistas. The project appropriately integrates landscape elements into the site plan and the building design. Plantings, as enumerated in the packet, are of a mature size, and pedestrian areas where possible are sheltered by shade trees. The design, as you review the detailed specifics of the plan, have anticipated its function as a hotel, incorporating the movement of goods, waste, soiled linens, while also anticipating the movement of guests and the community as they interact with the property, its outdoor and indoor experiences. The project, in a number of different ways, is climatically responsive, whether it's through massing, whether it's through sleeping porches or glazing choices, whether it's through the incorporation of mechanical units inside the building so as to extend their life cycle. Primary entrances along Gulf Shore Boulevard and the Coconut Connector provide direct access from the main streets. Signage is integral, is appropriately scaled, and is consistent in character with the overall design. The project incorporates concept of crime prevention, not only through its design, but through its intended operations, through 24/7 surveillance as outlined in our application materials provided on the application form that initiated the original design review board review and approval. And lastly, the proposed development was reviewed by city staff. Administrative site plan was received in a letter dated March 10th. And prior to today's hearing, the contents of our application were determined to be consistent with the criteria. We remain committed to the original November 2018 illustration seen on screen. And as we have gone through the process of working with PAB, with City Council, with the operator, with various consultants, experts, we have transitioned that original impression from an artist into a complete building information model that is able to generate a rendering like this consistent with that original vision. And on the basis of that consistent application of the criteria, we respectfully request your motion and vote of approval today.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, you have any questions for the DRB applicant at this time? Okay, then we'll proceed forward with the city staff.
All right. Good afternoon. For the record, Leslie Dolmer with the City of Naples Planning Department. My resume and qualifications are on file with this petition, and I've been previously certified as an expert in planning and zoning matters. Petition 22 DRB4 is a request for final design review approval for a 7-story transient lodging development over a partially below-ground garage on approximately a 4-acre parcel previously known as the Naples Beach Hotel and located at 851 Gulf Shore Boulevard North. The Design Review Board considered the overall project of the redevelopment of the larger property, 124.4 acres, in 2018. And as part of that review and consideration, the board included 10 conditions to their approval. Following that approval, the project went through an extensive entitlement process, and the history of that is included in my staff report, which is included with the documents for the record here. And they returned for final design review approval in June of 2021 for the hotel in the Market Square property, none of the other improvements related to the project. At that time, the hotel property did include some changes to the HB's Sunset Bar, and I'll address that in my remarks in a moment. Following that design review approval, some inconsistencies with the design were identified, specifically with a site plan with deviations. And in October, the Design Review Board rescinded and vacated those approvals for the hotel and the Market Square properties. Since that time, the petitioner has come in and done a revision to their site plan that was reviewed by the city staff. These were changes only to the site plan elements, nothing related to site plan with deviations or any other approvals granted by city council. And that site plan revision was found sufficient by letter dated March 10th, 2022. The petitioner then submitted this petition for final design review. And once again, this is only for the hotel property. So we are not including the HBs as part of this approval. There are images in the submittal documents, not as much today, but the original approval, there were some images included in some of the backup materials. Those are for illustrative purposes, and the HBs will come back under a separate petition with any changes related to that. So this is related, these approvals are related only to the hotel. In reviewing this petition, staff found that the 10 conditions of approval associated with the preliminary design, conditions 1, 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10 apply to this final design review petition, and those were addressed in the petitioner's remarks in their submittal documents and once again in the staff report, which has been included for the record. In February of 2022, a total of 791 letters were mailed to property owners within 1,000 feet of the property involved with the petition. As of the date of the initial publishing of the staff report, we had not received any communication related to this particular request. Any email communication since then has been included for the record. With that, we reviewed the petition requesting final design review approval for a 7-story transient lodging development over a partially below-ground garage against the criteria provided in Section 50-241 and the design review handbook, and finds that those criteria have been met. Staff is recommending 3 conditions. 2 conditions, and the third is mostly just a reminder related to HB. So the first condition is that at the conclusion of construction and prior to scheduling of final inspections, the landscape architect associated with this project will provide a letter of compliance certifying that the installation of the hardscape and landscape is consistent with the approved plans. This addresses an issue where we often see some field modifications during the design process. So we want to make sure that the landscape architect is aware of that. And if there's significant changes, they have to come back before the board before they can certify and final out that building permit. Number 2, that all signage, including the design, size, and type, must comply with Chapter 50, Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances and will be reviewed at the time of building permit. And the last condition is a reminder that all representations of HBs in the Sunset Bar that were included in the plans were for illustrative purposes, and any renovations to HBs in the Sunset Bar will be considered under a separate petition at a later date. With that, staff's available for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, do you have questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, We'll go to the presentation by the DRB Appellant for 20 minutes.
That would be Mr. Myers.
Mr. Myers?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, want to respond to a statement that Ms. Stuper's made initially concerning, as I would phrase it, the parameters of what you are to consider today. And to paraphrase, I believe she narrowed it to only design-related issues, and I do not agree with that statement. By the way, does everybody have a statement, copy of my statement of appeal? Hello?
Yes. You can please turn your microphones on.
Okay, wait,
so Mr.
yes.
Myers can hear.
So, Mr. Myers, if you could clarify, your statement of appeal, that would be your email that you emailed this morning, June the 1st at 9:06?
Well, one of the attachments is a 50-page statement of appeal, which is what was handed out to City Council so they could follow along.
Does
Everything
anyone
else-
have a copy of it? There were no attachments provided.
There were no attachments.
You confirmed, Ms. Stuperidge, that you received all the attachments.
I did not. I do not
so-
have your attachments. I did check with our city manager, who's checking with our IT. We have not received your attachments. And I believe our city manager emailed you asking you to resend them.
You asked me at the start of this hearing to resend them. I resent them twice, and you confirmed you received them.
We received your email. We did not receive the attachments.
Nobody received any of those attachments.
Mr. Myers, may I suggest that you describe what the attachments are and we could proceed?
I'm going to send you this statement, Ms. Stuperidge. You did tell me that you received them. I'm a little taken aback now that I'm going to send this to you, Ms. Stuperidge.
I think we should take a break.
So could I clarify for the record, has anyone received a copy of Mr. Myers' attachments?
Counsel?
I have not.
Microphones, please.
From staff, no, staff has not received it, our attorney has not received it, and counsel has not received the attachments to your email.
Okay, well, I'm sending the statement right now to you, Ms. Stuperidge, which should come through. It's one attachment. Would you let me know if you received that?
Mr. Myers, could you please just state, as Ms. Stuperidge asked, what the beginning of the attachment?
I'm sorry, what's that there?
How many attachments were there?
There were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. which included my statement of appeal. Did you just get that email, Ms. Stuppert?
Mr. Myers, staff's indicating that it possibly is too large of a file to submit through email attachments.
If you can.
I did send, Ms. Stuppert, I just sent you an email with just the statement of appeal only.
So I do not have it in my email feed. The city manager has just looked at my email feed and has confirmed that it's not there. If you can, I think we need to put you under oath as well.
I already sworn in.
Okay.
Just for the record, Mr. Myers, Jay Boudishwar here. I responded to two, I sent you two emails. The first was at 11:27, confirming receipt of your second email attempt, and stated there were no attachments. I then sent a second email to you that says, if the files are large, please consider sending them to us in separate emails. So we have just the email, but at this point, no attachments. And it appears that there's some sort of transmission issue between you and us, including Ms. Stuppert. I don't know if you can maybe possibly send it to, I don't know which email address you're using, but she has a couple of email addresses, the Vosa Law Firm. Is that one of your email addresses? I don't know which email address you're sending it to her, but maybe attempt. I'm sorry?
But if I send it to you,
Let's try that again.
okay? Okay. Please let me know if you receive that.
Stand by. Okay, I am in receipt of this statement. It's 15 pages long. I will forward this to the clerk. We'll make copies and get it to council.
You want to pause for just a minute?
Mayor, if you'd like to recess for a set period of time, that is an option that you have. We most likely will need to reset Mr. Myers' time.
For a fair hearing, we'll recess for 3 minutes so that we can receive the documents. Okay, we're back from our short break in order to receive Mr. Myers' submittal. Mr. Myers, are you with us by Zoom? Mr. Myers, are you with us by Zoom?
His camera and microphone is off at the moment.
Mr. Myers, we're back, and we have received your email and attachments. The clerk has provided a copy to each one of us. And I just want to confirm that the DRB applicant also received that? Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure what I have here. It's got several pages. The front page is a statement of appeal. You mentioned that we've received the attachments, and I don't believe that's the case.
Thank you. So there is one attachment, Mr. Myers, and...
Hello?
Mr. Myers? Mr. Myers? Mr. Myers?
Yes.
We have received from the clerk your statement of appeal with one attachment. So we need to proceed with the hearing.
What attachment?
It's just one? So one, actually, Mr. Boudishwar?
Yeah, let me just make sure we're all on the same page. So earlier, we received an email from Mr. Myers with no attachments. He has since subsequently sent one attachment, which is the statement of appeal. So what you have before you is a copy of the email that he sent, which is a chain of emails, along with one attachment, which is the statement of appeal. It's 15 pages.
Correct, okay.
So, Mayor, if I may,
Ms. Duprich?
to get this hearing back on track, we are now following the order of appeal. We are now at item C, which is presentation by the DRB appellant, at which point he will have 20 minutes to present his appeal. I will advise everyone that prior to your decision in this appeal, there will be a request made as to clarify what is in the record before you today. And I believe that will have to be by motion before you make your final decision. That way we will know what evidence you're considering your decision on. Because there's been a lot of information, a lot of conversation that you may not be considering as part of your record in this appeal.
Ms. Duprich, we've received roughly 15 pages of information. What are we supposed to do with it?
We would like to hear Mr. Myers' presentation, his 20 minutes, and after his presentation is made and the public hearing is closed, there would then be discussion as to what you would like to do with that. If you intend to consider that as evidence being presented to you or not.
Are we to personally read this before we make a decision? Are we to consider these 15 pages as evidence before we make a decision?
Counsel can...
Generally, Mr. Myers would explain the document that he's intending to put into evidence and the basis for it. Whether you read it or not is your individual decision, just as you have other items in the agenda packet that you make a decision as to whether or not you're going to review. You need to make your decision based on competent and substantial evidence that is before you in the form of testimony or documents that you believe are reliable.
Of course, we've had the packet and the attachments to consider before this hearing. This is being introduced at the last moment. If we choose to make a decision without reading or considering these 15 pages, is that within our purview?
That is within your discretion, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And just for the record, as Ms. Stuprich stated, I will make that, I'll ask council if they wish to submit that in for evidence. Correct?
Excuse me, Mayor, that is in the record.
Mr. Myers, there will be a motion made at the conclusion of the public hearing, and a decision will be made as to what items are part of the record and what items are not. And with that said, Mayor, I believe we should proceed with the presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, we will proceed with your 20-minute presentation.
Very good. So Ms. Stuprich, at the beginning of this hearing, attempted to narrow this appeal to strictly design. And I would point out that Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, which is a local comprehensive planning and land development regulation act, which is set forth in my statement of appeal. It requires that all actions taken by the local government, by any person in the local government, whether it's the city staff, the design review board, the city council, in regard to development orders, which this is, must be consistent with the adopted local comprehensive plan. And that's section 163-3914, 1(a), Florida statutes. So if you look at section 50-241 of the Naples Code, it requires the DRB that the DRB, quote, shall consider whether, and this is item 13, the proposed development is in conformity with the effective guidelines and standards adopted pursuant to this article and all other applicable ordinances, which of course would be your comprehensive plan and your code of ordinances and any other ordinances that are applicable. Now, I heard, and let me, one other legal principle that's important for this, for the city council to consider in the course of this, in reviewing this project, and that is that a municipality engages in a ultra-virus act when it lacks the authority to take the action under statute, which would be Florida statutes, or its own governing laws. Now, and that is a fundamental principle. And so when you understand that, and you understand that any action taken by the design review board, the city staff, the city council has to conform to the comprehensive plan, then I would move to section 50-241, which I just mentioned to you, which requires compliance with all ordinances of the city. And the city council, as it has been stated by Ms. Stuprich, is sitting in appellate capacity over the DRB and has the same duty to fulfill all of the requirements in all other applicable city ordinances. So, that being said, I want to comment on a few statements that I heard in the prior presentations by the petitioner and staff, and that is there seems to be a suggestion that if you submit a petition to the DRB, and for that matter, it could be the PAB or the city council, and city staff determines that the contents of an application are consistent with the criteria, i.e. that the site plan for this project is consistent with the site plan with deviations, or that the plans that they were submitting at this hearing were consistent with the site plan with deviations, that the DRB must take that as true and cannot consider for themselves, cannot review for themselves, nor do they have the responsibility to review for themselves what is being presented to them. And that, in my opinion, is incorrect. Just because city staff says it complies with the criteria is frankly not their purview. That is the responsibility of the board, whatever board it is. So to state that differently, if city staff intentionally, by error, however, made a statement that to the board that this complies and it doesn't, the board cannot say, well, we have no responsibility because city staff told us that. So that's the first issue that I wanted to emphasize. Okay, this petition. I hear from the petitioner that this petition is part of a comprehensive plan for the entire property, which the petitioner referred to as 125 acres of green space, which is, of course, incorrect. Now, I'm going to assume that well, before I say that, let me also point out an inconsistency in how staff describe what a site plan with deviations is. Because I went back and I listened to many hearings before the Planning Advisory Board and City Council with Mr. Kroll on the Planning Advisory Board, Mr. Selfon, Mr. Price, the former planning director discussing this process. You cannot even apply to City Council for a site plan with deviations before you get a site plan approved for the project. The site plan with deviations follows the site plan. They are not two different. The staff seems to suggest that if you change the site plan, you're not changing the site plan with deviations. It's the same site plan. If you change the site plan, notwithstanding there may be the same deviations, you're changing the site plan with deviations. The site plan with deviations follows the site plan. So in this case, the developer, I'm going to refer to whoever the owner is for sake of ease, whether it was Naples Golf and Beach Club at the time, or Naples Property Holding Company, or now Land Trust Trustee. I'll just refer to them generically as the developer. The developer, according to Ms. Dolmer, and this is in the transcript of the hearing, the petitioner has come in and done a revision to their site plan. When you revise the site plan, you necessarily revise the site plan with deviations. The problem is there is no longer any site plan with deviations process. City Council eliminated that process in 2020 pursuant to ordinance. So you cannot, there is no process to amend the site plan with deviations. The other problem with this project is that you have one master site plan aggregating two separate zoning districts or classifications of land, 109.3 acres of PD plan development zoning and 15 acres of R3T18 zoning. Necessarily, if you amend the site plan, you're amending the site plan not just for the R3T18, but you're amending the site plan for the entire development, including the PD plan development. So what has been done here is a process that makes makes the application of the code, and I think it's done intentionally, such that it's inscrutable. I mean, this is what originally, when I first came before you, Mr. McCabe talked about, we don't know what's coming in here. This is part of the problem. Okay, the site plan petition 19 SP8 is the 124.3 acres, the quote unquote master site plan. City staff has no ability to revise that site plan administratively or otherwise. That site plan governs both the PD plan development and the R3T18, which is subject to an approval for deviations, site plan with deviations. Either one of those approvals or both of those approvals require City Council review and approval with notice public hearing. This was discussed all last fall, up until the point where they were attempting to get an interpretation of the PD, and Mr. Pasadomo continued the hearing. Well, we now know what the alternative means are to achieve their goal. They went to staff. Interim City Manager Di Maria assured everybody there would be no administrative decisions made on that site plan. The developer recognized and stated publicly at numerous public meetings that they knew they had to come back in if they were going to amend that site plan to City Council with public hearings. City Council recognized that, and yet only at this hearing on March 30, for the first time, is the public made aware that on March the 10th, a letter had been issued by Deputy Planning Director Dolmer, administratively revising the site plan for the 124.3 acres, because that's the only site plan that exists. That's improper. The plans that were considered, which are in Ms. Dolmer's letter, were not the same plans that were considered as part of the approval for site plan with deviations petition 19 SPD 5, which resulted in resolution 2019-14417. That was the November 20, 2019 City Council approval. That was the very reason that when the developer came before the DRB last summer, the plans that they submitted did not match what was approved by City Council as part of resolution 2019-14417, the site plan with deviations petition, 19 SPD 5. In my statement, you can see the plans that Resolution 2019-14-417 was, quote, based on, close quote. Those plans that that the current DRB on March 30, 2022 considered are all different. It's not even it cannot even be disputed. They're different. That has never come back for any type of public hearing. City Council says they're concerned that the public is made aware of what goes on in this process, but apparently this particular development gets a free pass. So if last year those DRB approvals were rescinded, this is the identical situation. The only thing that's different is they're saying to the DRB and they're saying to you, oh, well, staff said it's okay. That's irrelevant. Staff has no discretion whether their current plans that are submitted are okay. They're either consistent with Resolution 2019-14-417 in every respect, or they have to come in and amend the site plan at City Council. That's what City Council told public, committed to the public. That's what the developer told the public and committed to the public. And that's what the staff committed to the public and the interim city manager committed. And yet they've gone behind everybody's back and not done what they said they would do. So Mr. McCarthy describes the changes as additional parking on grade, additional valet, other locations for parking, and fails to mention what Chairman Ruby was so upset about, were massing changes with no documents presented to the DRB. Ms. Neville, the developer's agent, said, I don't have any drawings to show you how the massing has changed. The massing of the building was changed. Doesn't City Council think that the citizens are entitled in public hearings to consider that? Doesn't City Council think they should consider that? Parking, circulation. So the plans that were submitted by the developer in support of petition 22 DRB4 on March 30 are not consistent with the plans, analysis, studies, and exhibits upon which City Council based, quote unquote, based its approval in 2019 of a resolution 2019-14-417. I don't think it needs to be said, or maybe it does, because there is no longer any site plan with deviations process, you can't amend it anyway. You have to come back and do it anew. So Chairman Ruby's quote, I am at a loss. I think I am at a loss to say, I'm sorry. He said, I don't think I've got the right documents to show that, meaning the massing. And Ms. Neville had no documents. So I don't know how the application ever was taken to DRB in the first place. I understand that city staff and City Council are frustrated with this process, but so are the citizens. If you're going to do it for this developer, then just give the rubber stamp to every developer. Just let the city staff decide what's consistent with the code and the comp plan, because that's what's happening here. So let me move on. There were 2 members of the DRB who voted no. That the information presented leaves me questioning what the facts are. That was one statement by Mr. Driapsa. Another statement, my
There's 1
concern
minute
is,
left on the clock.
excuse me?
There is 1 minute left on the clock.
Okay, that there's not enough clarity here for a project this important. I'm going to go to the last issue, which precludes this body from, or requires this body to reverse this DRB decision, and that is this application for approval is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. This property, the entire 124.3 acres is designated quote unquote private park on the comprehensive plan Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces map dated 3/9/2018 and is referenced in the goals, objectives, and policies in the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space element of the comprehensive plan. So, and it's also not consistent with the comprehensive plan existing land use map, which was approved as part of ordinance number 2018-14426. Simply put, just because they amended the future element is not enough. They would have had to amend the comprehensive plan, Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces element as well.
Mr. Myers, if you'll finish that thought, your time is up.
Sure. Any consistency, any analysis of consistency with the comprehensive plan is not just consistency with one element. It's consistency with every element, all of the goals, objectives, and policies in the city's comprehensive plan. Because this project is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces map, which is published on your website today. This property is private park and identified and discussed in the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space element. City Council is precluded as a matter of law under Chapter 163, Part 2, Section 163-394, Paren 1, small a, Florida statutes, from approving or from not reversing this decision.
Mr. Myers, that concludes your 20 minutes plus. Thank you, sir. City Council, do you have questions for the DRB appellant? Okay, no questions from council to Mr. Myers. We will move to cross-examination.
This is a cross-examination by Mr. Myers of city staff or the petitioner. 10 minutes.
And that's 10 minutes.
Yes. I was going to ask a question of their civil engineer, but he's not present, so there's no competent substantial evidence in the record as to why the letter of map revision, FEMA letter of map revision, was a request for that was submitted. And therefore, I can't get an answer to that question, and I don't believe without an understanding of why that AEVE line was moved so that they could build improvements seaward of where it was approved originally in the site plan with deviations, which City Council has never seen, and the public has never had an opportunity to see in public comment or in public hearings. And now one of the exhibits from their engineer, Humiston and Moore, shows that the basis for raising the elevation of the units on the landward side is because of the flow of water in a storm But now that they've moved that line forward, which allows them to build more buildings forward of what I believe is the actual AEVE line, because I don't believe that the map revision was accurate. That's putting it nicely. It was based on a topo study done in 2020. Well, the topo hasn't changed on that property in decades. So there was no topo change to support that.
Mayor, point of order.
Excuse me.
Point of order. This is a cross-examination of witnesses rather than the direct testimony by Mr. Myers, which he is apparently doing. And I would ask that he just follow the rules and that he ask whatever questions he wants to ask of whatever witnesses he wants to ask on cross-examination.
Okay, I'll ask one question of Ms. Director Martin or Deputy Director Dolmer, either one. Who is available to answer the question?
If you could ask your question, and I believe one of the planning staff members will respond.
Okay, my question is this property shown in the city's comprehensive plan as private park on the comprehensive plan Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces map dated 3/9/2018, which is currently published on the city's website?
If you'll give me one moment to pull that up. It appears to be, it's not broken out by parcel.
The entire property, is the entire property highlighted in blue as private park on the city's comprehensive plan Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces map dated 3/9/2018, regardless of tax parcel?
Blue is public park. This parcel is highlighted in green. The
Okay.
entire beach club property is green.
Okay, and is it identified as quote unquote private park?
That is,
On
this entire Naples Beach Hotel property is highlighted in green, and the key does say green private park.
Okay, so the entire property is designated on the city's comprehensive plan Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces map dated March 9, 2018 as quote, private park, close quote, and that map is part of the comprehensive plan. Is that correct, Ms. Martin?
Correct.
Thank you. City Council, I have no further cross-examination.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Myers will do cross-examination by the DRB applicant.
No questions, Mayor.
Let the record show that Mr. Pasadomo has no questions for cross-examination. We'll go to public comment. And Madam Clerk, I have no registration forms.
I have none.
Okay, let the record reflect no public comment. We'll move to the questions by the
Closing comments. Since we don't have any members of the public, we would go ahead and move to closing comments by the DRB appellant for 10 minutes, followed by closing comments by the DRB appellant.
Thank you. So we'll move to the closing comments by the DRB applicant.
Mayor, 2 points to be made. The first is that the record is replete with evidence detailing how and when the appellant was afforded ample and indeed generous opportunity to submit a statement of appeal or other materials establishing the basis of his appeal. We vigorously object to the submission of this statement into the record. I ask rhetorically if any of you have even had an opportunity to read it, or even peruse it, or certainly consider it on its merits. It's highly inappropriate, it's irrelevant, and it subjugates the rules that were promulgated by the city manager, shared with the appellant, and the multiple opportunities he was given to submit this at a prior time. We vigorously object to its submission into the record. The appellant has not proffered any testimony or other evidence as to how this application does not meet the 13 criteria prescribed in your Code of Ordinance for approval of the Design Review Board application. He has not been accepted as an expert witness, and his testimony accordingly does not constitute substantial competent evidence. The DRB applicant has, to the contrary, submitted a substantial competent evidence to support each of the criteria, address them, every single one of the criteria in detail, and we respectfully request that the appeal be denied. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mayor, before the council engages in its deliberations, I just want to remind you again of what your role is today, and that is you are not reviewing administrative approvals of site plans associated with the project. You don't have the authority as the DRB to review these type of approvals. And after reviewing the application before you, you need to make a determination as to whether or not the criteria that is in your code in section 50-241 applies.
We haven't heard from the
Madam Mayor,
from the
That's okay.
thank you.
DRB appellant. Mr. Myers? You
Yes.
have your closing comments for 10 minutes?
Yes, the record will speak for itself on the admission of my statement and the attachments, and that was done at the beginning of the hearing. I won't debate that. Mr. Pasadema's objection is disingenuous. As far as the evidence that's in the record, I just adduced evidence in the record from your own planning director, who was qualified as an expert, that this property, the entire 124.3 acres, is designated quote-unquote private park on the quote comprehensive plan Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces map dated March 9, 2018, which is part of your comprehensive plan published on the website. Section 50-241 of the Naples Code requires that the proposed development is in conformity with the effective guidelines and standards adopted pursuant to this article and all other applicable ordinances, which includes the comprehensive plan and code of ordinances. You must consider, as city council sitting in appellate capacity, whether this proposed development is in conformity with, i.e. consistent with, all other applicable ordinances, which is the comprehensive plan in this particular instance. And this proposed development is clearly not consistent with the comprehensive plan, as the subject property is designated quote unquote private park on the city's comprehensive plan Parks, Recreation, and Open Spaces map dated March 9, 2018, and further discussed as part of the goals, objectives, and policies in the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space element of the comprehensive plan. The project has to be consistent with all elements of the comprehensive plan, not just the future land use map. So I would then close by saying, regardless of whether it's you sitting in your appellate capacity, the DRB, city staff, or anyone else in the city manager, Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, the Local Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Regulation Act requires that all actions, I repeat, all actions taken by the local government in regard to development orders, which this is, must be consistent with the adopted local comprehensive plan. And this resolution 22 DRB4 is not consistent with the adopted local comprehensive plan as testified to by your planning director, who is an expert in this proceeding. As a matter of law, you must reverse this, and the developer must come forward and amend the comprehensive plan before they can take any action on this property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Myers. This concludes the public hearing. And Ms. Duperich?
Madam Mayor and council members, if there could be a discussion as to which items you are considering in the record as part of your competent substantial evidence that you will be basing your decision on. Generally, staff makes a request that you consider the items that appear in your agenda materials, as the majority of those materials were before the DRB when they rendered their decision. It may be easier to consider what items you do not want to put into your record today, as the agenda materials were quite lengthy. I believe we have 31 items in there.
This is a de novo hearing, correct, Ms. Duperich?
It is.
So what appeared before the DRB is irrelevant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I move that we admit agenda items 1 through 31 as exhibits into the record.
I have a motion by Council Member Perry to submit and accept items 1 through 31 as exhibits into the record. Okay, I do not have a second. Council Member Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the motion maker, could you just provide an explanation why we would not admit item 32 and 33 as well?
Item 32 is proposed, let's see, 32 is simply the order of the procedure today, and that's really doesn't pertain to, and that's a procedural thing. It's not a substantive thing that would have been considered in our decision. And 33 is just the form of motions either approving, denying, or modifying, and so that really isn't a factual issue. This is just for form for our use today.
Okay. And then during this process, we've had other materials, this document that is sent by Mr. Myers. I believe I received it at 12:27 p.m. today. While this hearing was in process, I haven't counted the pages, but I believe it's about 15. And just for the record, you have an objection to admitting this as also an item for the record?
Well, the reason that I made the motion that I did is I thought those items that were attached to our agenda, that there would be a good chance that there would be no dispute as to those coming in. And then we can discuss on a separate motion, Mr. Meyer's submission as to how that, whether that would come in or not.
Madam Mayor, if there's no other discussion, I'd like to second the motion by Councilman Perry.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Perry to accept the exhibits 1 to 31 received within the packet, and a second by Councilmember Hutchison. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Vice Mayor McCabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hutchison,
Yes.
Councilmember Blankenship,
Yes.
Councilmember Perry,
Yes.
Councilmember Petrinoff,
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, it passes unanimously.
For purposes of putting on the floor for discussion, I'll move the statement of appeal be admitted into the record for what it's worth.
I have a motion by Councilman Perry to submit the statement of appeal by Mr. Myers submitted today for the DRB appeal.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and Councilman Perry.
Don't have a second, so
Well, he had offered.
I'll second.
Okay, let it go, and then I'd like to discuss it. Thanks.
okay, I have a motion by Councilman Perry and a second by Councilman Chrisman. And discussion, Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I disagree with adding this to the record. It's been submitted, but again, I noted the time, I wrote the time down here as 12:27, well into our hearing process. And members of this appeal board have not been provided an appropriate opportunity to properly review this information, or if you want to call it, evidence. So I couldn't support adding it to the record. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure if this supports, I'm not sure what it is, to be honest with you. And before I would support adding it to the record, I think we have to understand it, and I just haven't had the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And I'll just say that Mr. Myers indicated that he was going to, this was more of an outline, and when I was following along with his presentation, that's what I was able to follow.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is an integral, in my opinion, this is an integral part of this process. This is the basis for the appeal, in my opinion. So I don't think that it's okay to inject it and add it, attach it to the record when we really don't know what it is. If this is the basis for the appeal, it's entirely germane, but we didn't have it and still don't have it. We have it, but nobody's had a chance to review it. It could be a bunch of Chinese in here, I'm not sure, but thank you.
Thank you. Council Member Blankenship?
I would agree with Councilmember Hutchinson and note that the deadline for providing information and evidence for this hearing just wasn't met, and it doesn't afford the public an important element of this decision. It doesn't afford the public the opportunity to review it, read it, comment on it. And to me, that's not right. All of our decisions, all of our processes are designed to be transparent and afford the public ample opportunity to review and participate in our decisions. And that wasn't done in this case.
And Councilmember Petrinoff?
I agree on the transparency. The one concern I have, though, is that he said he submitted it earlier and none of us received it. So that concerns me that we've got a firewall up there that prevented him from submitting his outline to us in a timely manner.
Councilman Perry?
Well, Mr. Myers said he submitted it at 9:07 this morning. He filed his appeal 50 days ago. He's had ample time to prepare and submit. I wouldn't let Mr. Pasadomo get by with just dumping it on us in the middle of our meeting today. I mean, this wasn't even before our meeting. This was in the middle of our meeting. And then as I look through it, it's kind of a hodgepodge of kind of transcripts taken out of context and legal conclusions and arguments and all sorts of things that the reason these are to be submitted in advance is so the triers of fact, that's us, have an opportunity to review it and be prepared to come to this hearing. And Mr. Myers has deprived us of that opportunity, even if it would have gotten through the firewall at 9:07 this morning. He knew that this appeal had been pending for 50 days before today, and he just didn't make an effort to submit this to us. So because I don't know what it is.
Here, I'm going to place an objection on the record to Mr. Perry's.
Sir,
Mr. Perry?
This is not
Mr.
your-
Myers, it's not appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Continue.
thank you, Your Honor. So in light of that, I would oppose this being admitted into the record.
Councilmember Chrisman?
So I seconded the motion, and I suspect Mr. Perry made the motion so we could have the discussion we're having about this, which I think is healthy. And what I'm hearing anyway, or what's motivating me has less or really nothing to do with the quality of this statement of appeal, which we've all perused to some degree, well, in the last hour, not obviously been able to read and fully digest. But to me, and I'm looking at Ms. Stuparich for a comment on this, but really the issue of timing and timeliness. And it seems to me that I'm agreeing with Mr. Perry and perhaps others that it's inappropriate to enter into the record a document that has been provided to us, not just in the 11th hour, but really beyond the 11th hour, whether we had gotten it at 9:07 this morning or we got it as we did at 12:30.
So I would just point out to the council in the items that you did submit into the record in your agenda materials. It is item number 8, which is a letter from the interim city manager, Pete DeMaria, to Mr. Myers dated April the 25th, at which he initially advises him of the date of his appeal. We did want to make this process as fair as possible, and on May the 20th, we did send a letter signed by Jay Boudeshwar advising Mr. Myers, again, reminding him of today's appeal, and also specifically saying that please provide a copy of any additional information you would like included in the record no later than May the 25th to 2022, which is the date that we published your agenda materials. And I believe that on May the 25th, we also received an email, which is in your agenda materials, from Mr. Myers, which was included in your agenda materials. So I just want to put those facts out there to you.
Thank you. Council, Vice Mayor?
Just a clarification, I guess, to the city attorney. By saying that we have accepted and put something in the record, but at the same time saying that we have not had time to review or digest it and therefore use it in the deliberations, those two separate things, or they have to be connected?
The fact that you put it into the record, you would have to assign it the appropriate weight. You may have a document in the record that you think might assist in your deliberations, but you might have another document that you feel is more persuasive to you.
Okay. Because I just say that in any proceeding, quasi-judicial, even legislative, that comes before us, I make sure I read it, I make sure I understand it, make sure I digested it, and then use that as part of the decision process. I come through to come to whatever it is we end up at. Given that this was submitted, arguably maybe at 9:07, but we didn't get it to 12:27, I would say, yes, we've received it, but in no stretch of the imagination have I specifically had any time to read it, and not just read it, understand it, understand its logic, understand its pertinence, or understand any conclusion or any bearing or weight whatsoever on the matter that we're supposed to be deciding. So I would say if we accept it, I certainly would want to be on the record as saying that it is not of pertinence and I cannot use it to be making a decision on. So any decision that I'm making, whether it's in the record or not, is not reliant on whatever it is that's inside of the document. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion or comments? Councilman Perry, could you just repeat that motion?
I will try.
Or the clerk?
A motion to accept the statement of appeal for what it is worth is what was stated on the record.
A motion, could you just repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
Motion to accept statement of appeal for what it is worth.
And a second by Council Member Chrisman. Okay, no further discussion. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember.
Mayor, point of order.
In the middle of a vote?
I just don't understand whether this is
Mr.
going into the record or not.
Mr. Pasadomo?
I believe he was trying to clarify as to whether or not the document was going to be placed into the record. And my understanding is the motion is that it would not be placed into the record.
I think it's the
Oh,
opposite.
that it is, okay.
That the motion
For
is
whatever
to-
it's worth.
And we would weight it.
And you would provide it with the appropriate weight. Okay.
Councilmember Hutchison?
Yes, Ms. Stupridge, when a document or evidence is added to the record, does it hold any significance in terms of how that record will be viewed in the future? In other words, by adding this to the record, are we asserting that it's been properly reviewed, that all the minutia around this particular instrument, this evidence,
I don't
Is it
believe
important?
so. I think it is just something that you would consider, but you would apply the appropriate weight to it. In the record, for example, you have testimony from Mr. Myers, you have testimony from staff, you have testimony from the petitioner. And in your decision-making process, you need to decide which one is more credible, which one you believe to be competent, substantial evidence on which you're going to base your decision.
Okay. Mr. Myers also referenced numerous other attachments that he intended, that he claims that he sent to us at 9:08 a.m. this morning. So can you talk about that as well? Is that
Sure.
something that...
Well, there is the element of fairness, and that is a situation where if I were to go to court and not have my documents present to the judge, is it really fair to the other parties that did prepare, that did have their documents in on time, that complied with rules? And so I think that, again, this is quasi-judicial, so we don't have the strict standards of a court, but it is a notion of fairness. And as your questions reflect, you really haven't had the opportunity to review that, nor has Mr. Pasadomo on behalf of his client, to which he may add additional comment and rebuttal.
Does this fairness principle, this idea of fairness, does this fairness extend beyond this particular proceeding? Is this something that we'll do in fairness ad infinitum?
Well, the fairness is associated with this quasi-judicial hearing.
Thank you.
It involves notice, it involves the opportunity to cross-examine, it involves your decision-making based on competent and substantial evidence, not just mere speculation, opinion. I don't think this is a good idea. You have expert testimony that you've heard today from the petitioner as well as from your city staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I have a motion. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Chrisman,
No.
Councilmember Petronoff,
Yes.
Councilmember Blankenship,
No.
Councilmember Perry,
No.
Vice Mayor McCabe,
Yes, with the caveat I gave.
Councilmember Hutchison,
No.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, it passes 4-3.
No.
I mean,
No,
it's denied 4-3, excuse me. Okay, that's,
Mayor, there is one more item.
Yes.
This was the letter that was provided to you that we had intended to put it into the supplement. This was a reminder to Mr. Myers that of today's hearing with the Zoom information, and also attached to it were the emails that had been received after the agenda materials had been distributed. And that was provided for purposes of information concerning ex parte disclosures and contacts.
council?
Madam Mayor, I have a question of Ms. Duprich on that. Maybe, I think that would probably be helpful.
Carrie?
The significance of our doing something with that, would it be, how do we deal with the other emails and so forth that may be pertinent that are also in the record? Do we need to admit all of those into the record?
If they had related to the appeal, they would have been disclosed, and there was the opportunity to ask you additional questions concerning that disclosure that you made.
Okay, so then I would move that the packet that was submitted today, dated May 31, letter from Mr. Boudechouar, and the accompanying emails be admitted into the record.
I have a motion by Councilman Perry that the information submitted this morning to council be entered into the record.
Can we discuss it?
I don't have a second. Okay. So the motion is denied, or not standing without a second. Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to thank Councilman Perry for for what I believe was his intent. However, I might, just for this board, or I guess we're a board at this moment, as well as for the public, the package that was just discussed is part of the record already. This is part of the public record. Ms. Stuprich, do you disagree with that statement?
It is a public record, but it is not necessarily the record upon which you'll base your decision.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, any further discussion? All right, do I have a motion not to accept? Right, or do I need a motion to accept it? Just,
It dies for lack of second.
thank you.
I wanted to change I wanted to second that Councilman Perry's admission to the record.
Well,
Okay,
it died,
so-
Oh, it
so
died.
I
Too
must,
late.
yes.
Okay.
Well, you could do a reconsideration of the prior vote if you're on the prevailing side.
There wasn't.
There was no
There was no vote.
Okay, so council, we'll move on to possible motions.
For the city attorney, if we're considering what evidence, we're talking about what evidence to include in the record to consider for our decision. So reference was made during some of the testimony to the city's comprehensive plan and certain maps. Is that automatically considered for this type of decision, or do we need to specifically include that somehow in the evidence?
So I believe what you have in your record is testimony from Ms. Martin as to her interpretation of the map itself. The map itself is not a part of the record.
Because there are other parts of the comprehensive plan, including the existing land use map and the future land use map, that are also relevant, that are actually different than the parks map. And to me, that would be relevant to consider.
So I think procedurally that if there was a motion made to either, and we'll get into the statements of the motions, but during your discussion, it would be appropriate for you to ask clarification questions to respond to that.
Okay, I'll wait till then.
Okay, council, if there's no further discussion, do I have a motion? Motion to approve the DRB application, a motion to approve and affirm the DRB resolution, or a motion to deny the DRB application. Councilman Perry.
Your Honor, I move to approve DRB application 22-04 and affirm DRB resolution 22-04 based on competent and substantial evidence that all the criteria set forth in the applicable ordinance have been met.
Second.
Is that also a denial of the appeal?
Well, yes, I'll add, and that the appeal be denied.
Second remains.
I have a motion by Councilmember Perry and a second by Councilmember Hutchison. Is there any discussion? Okay, Madam, Councilmember Petronoff?
Is this where we can talk about the comprehensive plan and what was presented as park? Because I'm confused on, you know, if our comprehensive plan is our Bible and it's showing as park, then we now have put buildings on it and other uses on it. So I'm not sure which prevails.
So at this point in the procedure, you are discussing the motion, which has been seconded, so discussion is appropriate, and you can direct questions to your planning staff to address that concern that Councilmember Blankenship as well as you have brought up.
So I guess that,
Sorry, what was the direct question?
the direct question was, what is the comprehensive, if the comprehensive plan is showing parks, how can we possibly have buildings there and other items there?
Well, I would say it's the Parks, Recreation, Open Space map of the comprehensive plan. However, I would also say that map is supporting to the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space element. And so you'd have to look at the element itself, definitions of what private park, public park, semi-public park are, and then the goals and objectives. Private park is not defined, and there is no mention in the element itself of what is allowed or not allowed in areas designated as private park. It doesn't preclude any development. There's buildings there now. Well, I guess they've been demoed at this point, but there were buildings there before. So you'd have to look at, you know, each objective and policy in there and see if it is directly conflicting, if the proposal is directly conflicting with any of those objectives and policies.
So when you looked at this, because you must have looked at this at some point back in 2018, you must have looked at these policies and looked at it was private park and said, it's okay to build structures there because there's structures there before, or currently?
The only petition or review that is the subject of today's is the design review board, so that it's that 22 DRB 4. So when we reviewed that petition itself, we do look for consistency.
Can you say that again?
Sure. So we're not testifying here today about reviews or approvals that were from 2018 or 2019. Those are separate and apart from what's before you today. Today is a discussion at the design review board of that petition, which was 22 DRB 4.
Okay.
So in that, I can speak to that review, and at that time, the determination was made that it was consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Right,
So
there's
so that the-
testimony in the record to that effect regarding that issue.
So the pools and the buildings were, you felt were consistent with the comprehensive plan, which showed private park, because it's not defined?
It shows as private park, but it doesn't define what private park is, what could be allowed in private park, and it does not directly conflict with any of the policies or objectives in that element.
And your DRB criteria did have a criteria related to in compliance with the comp plan, and there was expert testimony to that effect. I think what she's giving you now is just a more detailed explanation of how that conclusion was drawn.
Thank you.
Councilmember Blankenship.
If I could ask for some additional clarification, as when I look, there's a series of maps with the comprehensive plan, and there's an existing land use map and a future land use map that seem to be different than the park element map. And on those maps, if I'm reading it correctly, look like this property is coded, if that's the right word, for residential high density. Am I looking at that right?
So, yeah, the future land use map is the most recently updated because they did a map, or because we have updated the future land use map more recently than the others. So those other maps were last updated in the comprehensive plan cycle, which was prior to 2018.
So which one rules? This one, the most recent?
They all do, and so that is the public, or the parks map doesn't show you the future land use designations. So they're showing you two different things. So it's not the one rules over the other.
So, but the existing land use also shows the same designation, residential high density, I
Right.
believe.
That's,
So-
that's the land use designation of that property.
So in your opinion, is this DRB application consistent with that element?
It is.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Martin, when did the map change in color?
Which,
I mean, change from Park and Rec
which map?
on the comp plan?
Which map of the comp plan?
Well, the one that's submitted in our materials, it's actually in black and white. It's three. It was the evidence that was submitted in and today by council.
I'm not sure what we're looking at.
It's actually an ownership and dedication, the Naples Beach Hotel replat. It's 310 of our packet.
I apologize, I have
In the packet,
not sure which.
Do you have an exhibit number, Mayor?
it's one of 5 under the plat, recorded plat, which really doesn't show
The,
what comprehensive plan
right, yeah,
designation it
the
is.
plat would just show you the parcel boundaries. and
Okay,
Not the
so
actual.
there's nothing on, in the maps here that show.
No.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions, council? And Councilmember Perry?
Well, I just want to make a comment here. We went down this road the last time we had a DRB appeal, and it's the DRB's job to interpret and to approve the architectural design of the building. They're not sitting there as a court of law interpreting what all of this stuff means, because at the very least, there are perhaps conflicting or unclear meanings to all this. We don't, it's up to the appellant, if he is going to base his argument on something, to submit that into evidence, and it's not up to us to go chasing down rabbit holes trying to find something that would support his position. It's up to him to prove his case. He's the appellant. And if all he is doing is saying, well, there's a bunch of stuff out there, and you shouldn't approve this because the DRB was supposed to go down this rabbit hole, that's not their job. It's like I've commented earlier, I'm not an architect. I don't want to have every architectural plan come to me, and they're not attorneys. They shouldn't be, and thus we shouldn't be making legal interpretations as to how all this stuff works. There are criteria. We have competent evidence that all the criteria have been met. There's been no competent evidence that it hasn't been. There have been some legal arguments, but it's not competent evidence. So therefore, it seems to me that we're making this go way far afield when it shouldn't be. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Petronoff?
I have a question for Ms. Stuparich on, and this sort of goes to your point. There's the 13 criteria that are specific to what we review on the DRB, but then there is the procedure of the DRB and whether stuff changes or as part of, something has changed in the administrative site plan. Are we to ignore all of that and just pay attention to the 13 criteria?
Yes, because the DRB has limited authority, a limited scope. If you think about it in the alternative, there would really be no need to go through the planning board if the DRB is going to make consistency determinations, or if the DRB is going to approve or disapprove rezonings. Why come to city council? Those are appointed individuals and not elected ones.
So it doesn't matter if, say, this council, prior to me being on it, had said, no staff decisions, that it's supposed to come before council. And something was made not to go back through PAB and then city council. An administrative decision was made. That is not in our purview. It's just these 13 criteria.
That is correct. And the only thing that city council, sitting as city council, would be reviewing are plan development site plans, not other site plans in other zoning categories. And this is not part of the PD that was approved. So this would not, the administrative approval of this is appropriate. This would not go to city council for approval.
Okay, further conversation? If not, I have a motion. We should repeat the motion.
Motion by Councilmember Perry to approve and affirm the DRB petition of 22-DRB4 and deny the appeal, seconded by Councilmember Hutchison.
Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Hutchison.
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff.
Yes.
Councilmember Blankenship.
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman.
Yes.
Councilmember Perry.
Yes.
Mayor Heitman.
Yes, it passes unanimously to deny the appeal. Ms. Duperich, is there further items of business that need to be taken care of? Or we can-
Not regarding this matter. I think Mr. Boudouchoir has the next item.
So we'll conclude item 8A,
Yes, ma'am.
the appeals hearing, and move to item 9A. Mr. Boudouchoir?
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is related to an executive session for labor relations strategy. Council is asked to meet in executive session to discuss collective bargaining pursuant to Section 447.605, 1 of the Florida State Statutes 2020, and relative to the following bargaining units: American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 79, Local 2017, as well as Government Supervisors Association of Florida, Office and Professional Employees International Union, Local 100. In attendance will be the city's labor team throughout the closed session.
So we are adjourned for executive session, which will approximately take
Recess.
45, we're recessed for executive session approximately 45 minutes?
Yeah,
1 hour?
No, 45 minutes.
45 minutes, okay, thank you. Okay, council, we're back in session. Completed our executive session, going to item 14B. Mr. Budeshwar?
Good afternoon. This is actually the city attorney's item, but I'm happy to introduce it to Stahl as she makes her way down from her office. If she doesn't make it in time and you want to have some discussion, we can possibly move on to the next item, which is the correspondence, and start that, and we can come back to this. But this is the first reading ordinance. It's an ordinance relating to appeals from decisions of the Design Review Board for the purpose of amending Section 2-477 of Chapter 2 Administration, Article 5 Boards, Commissions, and Committees, Division 4 Design Review Board, to provide for review of the record of the Design Review Board by the City Council and clarification of notice requirements, providing a severability clause, a repealer provision, and an effective date.
And here she is.
Perfect. So I've teed it up for you, Nancy. I've read the title. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Stuprich.
My apologies for starting the meeting.
Thank you. No, it's not a problem. So the ordinance that you have before you today is some concerns that were raised after today's appeal of the DRB, but after the first DRB appeal that we had, I believe, in 2021. And at that time, too, we recognized that there were some issues and some bumps in the procedure itself. So the fact that you experienced again a DRP appeal today, I think it's very timely that we go ahead and look at what your Code of Ordinances says and what changes can be made to make the process a little bit smoother going forward. So in your packet, if you're looking at the electronic version of it, you'll see that there are some changes that have been highlighted in yellow. This particular draft has started back with a first reading in November 1st of 2021. It was subsequently continued several times as far back as, I believe it was also a December date that it was continued to, and then a first reading on May the 2nd, and then now coming back to you on June the 1st. Your ordinance, if you look at it, just has 5 paragraphs to it. And if you recall, in 2021, we also had to amend your procedural rules, which are adopted by a separate resolution. So today, on first reading, we are only looking at the text of your ordinance. Should you choose to move this ordinance forward, we would then come back on second reading with your procedural rules, which would also require some amendments to be consistent. Because the ordinance is somewhat short, I would like to just go ahead and walk you through what some of the proposed changes are, and these were proposed as a result of some glitches and some just little hiccups that we experienced, not only perhaps in today's appeal, but also in our prior appeal. The first was in section 2-477A. We wanted to go ahead and make a change there for consistency with your recently adopted notice provisions, which changed from 500 to 1,000. Also underlined is the presumption that there is standing for anyone who is within that 1,000-foot radius. In your first appeal, those of you that participated in that, you'll recall that there was an issue as to whether or not an individual had standing or not. And we spent some time during that appeal debating and discussing it. And this would clearly set forth that if you do receive notice, you are within the 1,000 feet, there's a presumption that you have standing. And the issue of standing, I'm going to go ahead and state that it really translates to some legal rights that certain types of individuals have, whether or not they're affected by a decision that's being made above and beyond what the a typical member of the public may experience. And the example that's often given is that of a next-door neighbor. A next-door neighbor to a development site would be an affected party. Someone who lives on the other side of town would not necessarily be an affected party. So by having this presumption, you basically are making a finding in advance that if you are within 1,000 feet, you probably are affected by this decision above and beyond what a other member of the public might be. In B, this is a requirement that is being submitted in your ordinance that requires the basis for the appeal to be stated at the time that the appeal is filed. That did not occur in the first appeal that we had, and also today you experienced it. It did not occur in that appeal as well. So the explanation would be as to why the DRB erred and why the appeal was being filed, and that the city would have a form. The city actually does have a form that's in effect, and it was provided to applicants who had filed an appeals, but was submitted incomplete. And then also the payment of the fee. We have had an experience where 2 appeals are filed, but only 1 fee is paid, and which created the question of, well, which appeal does the fee apply to? And not knowing which fee the appeal applied to, we could not proceed forward with the appeal. So that's getting clarified in there as well. Now, one of the concerns was raised that if the form was filled out and submitted and something was omitted or it was filled out incorrectly, what would happen then? And the way that it was set up is that the appeal would be returned to the individual, who would be given 7 days to basically fix it. And if it was not returned within 7 days, their opportunity to have that appeal before the city council would go away. The other thing I want to share with you too, and I want this to be recognized, is at the conclusion of your review, sitting as the Board of Appeal, when you render your decision, you are rendering a decision that's viewed as final agency action. And what that means, those are the buzzwords that become your ticket to the circuit court to actually file an appeal. Now, in the absence of, if the individual did not file within the 15 days, they lost that opportunity to have you review the appeal. But they still have a right under Florida law to go to circuit court within a 30-day period. So it's kind of an intermediary step, hoping that perhaps there could be some kind of resolution of the issue before it ended up in court, because you know court proceedings can be quite lengthy. Paragraph C talks about when it would be heard. There were some guidelines that were existing. It says occurring at least 30 days after the date of the filing. We provided a little bit more flexibility there because of the scheduling challenges that we've experienced. I also want to note that in the event that these, the scheduling is delayed for any reason, that is not considered grounds for challenging any type of action, by the City Council. Again, there's a notice requirement, and which shall be in accordance with 46-45. D is a very substantive change, and this is where the review of the record is no longer de novo. At our first DRB appeal that occurred in 2021, there was a debate as to whether or not your ordinance made it a de novo review or a review of what the DRB had decided and the record before it. The difference is that if we do it as we did today, you become the DRB and you hear evidence for the first time. In the alternative, which is what this language is providing, you would simply be looking at what the DRB did and deciding, did they do the right thing or did they do the wrong thing? And if they did the wrong thing, you would reverse it and send it back to them and tell them to do the right thing with instructions, as opposed to, hearing it again de novo. So D is a pretty big change.
Nancy?
Yes, ma'am.
On D, if we are going to be kicking it back to DRB and they've already made a decision and we disagree with, one of the 13 elements and kick it back to them, are they compelled? What happens? Are they compelled to take our opinion of, item number 7 that they did, or do they hear new evidence around item 7 and make their own opinion? How does that work?
Well, you would be basically reversing it and sending it back to them for further review concerning that item, at which point they could render a decision either with additional testimony that could be provided, or on the alternative, the applicant could come forth and try to satisfy that criteria.
Okay.
If that helps.
And then on the item before, where you have 7, on item B, I think 7 days is a little aggressive.
It's a week. If you want a longer period of time, that's fine as well.
I'm just curious why you changed it. I mean, everything else gives 45 days, or this, we've been very generous with time periods and with the 1,000 feet, but then suddenly we are saying a week with people that travel a lot.
I think that number came from a prior debate that we had as to what the appropriate number of days should be.
I'd like to chime in on that,
Sure.
if I may.
Councilman Perry.
Remember, this is only, they've already submitted what they think is a complete petition, complete appeal at this point. And the 7 days, and we can extend it a little bit, but it shouldn't be like 45 days. They should have it's giving them an opportunity to fix it, to fix their own problem. So whether it's, I wouldn't make it any more than 15 days, or you end up
Yeah.
with these things that start getting dragged out.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I like 15 days just because people do travel, people that might be submitting it, they do travel all the time, in season and out of season, and it just gives them plenty of time to fix whatever deficiency they have.
But I'd like to make another comment on that same sentence. It's a different aspect of it. When it says any modifications to a rejected appeal that is corrected and refiled within 7 days after the notice of its deficiency. But I'd like to get some clarification on what that notice is. If it's a matter of, since it's going to be a fairly short period of time, if we're sending a notice out, and if we just drop it in the mail, it may take a week to get there. Not criticizing the post office, but sometimes they don't get it delivered very fast, or it gets stuck someplace. So I'm wondering if it may make some kind of sense for that to be, I don't know, I'd like to get some clarification, because giving notice, it's not clear what that is. And it also, I don't think it says who's supposed to send it. Is it effectively the city manager that's doing it?
I believe so. I think that in the past, the appeals had been filed with the clerk or paid, and then routed to the city manager, who has then acknowledged receipt of the appeal.
I just, since, as I understand it if I'm correct, that they have to do X, Y, and Z to perfect their appeal. And if it's deficient, then we have to give them notice, and then they have a certain amount of time to fix the deficiencies, right?
Yes, and I think the the requirements would be the payment of the fee, because we've had issues with that, as well as what is the basis of your appeal. Please give us a complete statement and tell us what your arguments are.
And if we're prescribing that they're required to fill out the
The
appeal
form,
form,
correct. I will say that in preparation of the last appeal, not the one that we had today, we did do some research and we found that the form had been used by one other appeal that was found in the city's records. So it's not an unreasonable response, and
Right.
I think it would make any review much clearer and more understandable than perhaps what we even experienced today.
and so the notice as, if we're giving the same notice as under 4645, that's just ordinary mail, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And on that, I don't mean to get too nitpicky, but under A, where it says, or a person who received notice pursuant to 4645, I would like to tweak that to say was to receive notice, so that if somebody didn't get it, that doesn't disqualify them from having standing, that they should have standing anyway. I mean, I think that's just, I don't want somebody to, I can envision certain people getting hung up on something like that.
I don't see any concerns from the council.
So I'd like to add, in follow-up to Councilwoman or Councilmember Petronoff's question, in E, it does provide that it can be just simply reversed by the city council. And if that's the case, then your decision in reversing it is final agency action. And that becomes very important because that, again, is their ticket to get into the court system.
So we can do two things. We can kick it back to DRB, or we can decide,
You could affirm it
affirm it,
or reverse it.
or reverse it.
Yeah, three things.
Three things. So this is before you on first reading, and
Because it's saying that
Okay.
one seems to be in contrast to the other. D saying the city review shall be limited to review of the record before the board and argument by the appellant and any affected party. Yet E, the last sentence of the yellow, says by the parties or newly discovered relevant evidence. How can you have newly discovered relevant evidence if the only thing you're doing is looking at the record?
well, this was also discussed previously, and it was the providing the opportunity that if after the DRB decision was made, something new was discovered that was not known, that you would be able to send it back and let them look at some additional facts that they had.
But that wouldn't have been newly discovered evidence. That would have been evidence that they ignored or something, but it-
So
Well,
to me, and I said this to you before, I worry about what we're trying to do here. Meaning, we're correcting it based upon one person or one experience that we've had. I mean, there was never an appeal for anything
Many
ever.
years,
Then all of a
correct.
sudden there was, and then it got sideways. And so we're trying to correct for an individual versus trying to do what would be the best for a resident or someone of standing. And I've said this before, I'm concerning we're overcorrecting, and overcorrecting to try to make sure that we put bumpers on the road for a specific circumstance.
What's your concern? Is it under E?
It's under all of it, saying that we went from de novo to now we can only do the record.
remember, de novo didn't even exist until we were setting up these rules for this.
Yeah, the
For the first
interpretation
DRB.
before was that it was, because of lack of definition, it had to be de novo. And then we're saying now it's only down to a specific element of the record that we should be looking at. Basically, did they follow the process or not anything other than that. And
Well,
I just feel we're narrowing the road too small.
But you're looking at the record, like what they were given.
Right.
And if the individual's case is that they didn't look at everything that should have been looked at, then this says that that can't even happen. And most of the time, someone's gonna say, well, they didn't even take this into consideration. And
Oh.
so it's limiting.
Where's
what
that
it-
part that says that won't be looked at?
Because it says that shall be reviewed, should be limited to a review of the record before the board.
Right.
So you
But-
can't be introducing new evidence, or you can't be saying that they never even took this into consideration, whereas it should have.
No, those are two different things, though.
Okay.
One is, let's take the second one first, that they didn't take into consideration something they should have taken into consideration. It was the obligation of the parties to present it to them. If they didn't take it into consideration, that's still part of the record that we can look at. But if it's just, but if somebody doesn't even, if somebody just shows up and says, you shouldn't approve this, and then they come to us and go, okay, now I'm going to give you all the reasons why it shouldn't have been approved, when they didn't present it at the DRB hearing, then I don't think we want to be doing that either, because then it puts us in a position that I don't think we should be in, that we should be considering a lot of stuff that they could have submitted at the DRB hearing.
Okay. Yeah, and I was going to talk about this correspondence and communication. The concern that I have is the DRB is the only board that does not have city council's oversight for their decisions. The only way we have oversight over their decisions is if somebody files an appeal. The PAB, everything comes to us. Anything in any other boards comes to us. The DRB doesn't. And at times, the DRB's decisions are even before and/or absent of review to say if it is or is not in code, and then it comes forward as if, since it is approved, it therefore should be, even at PAB or even here at council. And that's why this troubles me so much, in that there isn't that oversight, and the only time there can be oversight is if there's an appeal, but now we're limiting the appeal to only specific, very finely parametered places. And I think since there isn't a oversight on a continual basis, there should be a broader ability to appeal it. Just my thoughts.
But, like you said, you were going to bring this up in correspondence and communications. It might be, that's the change in DRB, is the oversight.
Yeah.
If perhaps one way to look at it as well is during today's hearing, you were sitting as the DRB. You were hearing evidence for the first time and doing a de novo review.
Yeah, that was,
Well, but that was the role that you were playing. If we chose to change that and go to a review, you would be serving in a role similar to what a court does. Because on appeal of a quasi-judicial decision, the court will only look at the record. It will not listen to additional information that perhaps wasn't made at the hearing. So you're changing the role that you would be playing.
I also note that the Code Enforcement Board doesn't have, we don't, they handle it themselves.
Nancy, what kicks off a development order? Is it the final DRB approval that kicks that off? Or is it the beginning?
Well,
I don't understand when you say kicks it off. There's the filing of a petition to begin the development itself, and the petition is for the various reviews. And once all those reviews have been obtained, then they were able to go get a building permit.
And the end process is, it goes, the last step is through DRB,
A final DRB.
the final DRB. Because I know we had talked about the beginning, it starts with
With the
the DRB,
preliminary.
it ends with the DRB. And
Correct.
can we just do the end DRB?
Some cities have done that. It's a different
So you don't
model.
short circuit.
Or you can go to council and then go to DRB
Yeah, so you're not short
for a
circuiting that.
site plan review.
Yeah.
Well, if there were changes made by the, recommended by the PAB and then approved by city council, then you have to go back to and amend your preliminary to recognize those changes. And those changes would be made when final is obtained. So, for example, you obtain preliminary design review with the door on the right-hand side. And then as you go through either an administrative site plan or a site plan review with city council, that door may have to be shifted. And if that case, when you go back for your final, then they would require you to show that you've had it approved, to have it moved, and then the design would have to change in order to show that you're consistent with what was required. That's one scenario. The other scenario is the door's on the right-hand side and you go through the complete land use development process, and at the end of the day, the door's still on the right side, and that's okay, and DRB looks at it and says, yep, you've got all your approvals, and your design is consistent with what we previously approved, so here's your final design review. It's a very fluid process, is one way to say it. And of course, property owners and developers, they would like to get through that process as quick as possible.
And I can appreciate that, but I want, I'd like to have oversight over it, that there's not a short circuit around it.
But as it relates to this, for the appeal process, I think that process needs to be looked at.
Yeah, it's.
But for this, I'm,
Yeah, what I would, if I
Go ahead,
could, I would just,
Crispin.
yeah, I mean, I think we're talking about, we're going a bit far afield here, because we're talking about reforming the whole, and I'll just say on the process we have now, DRB, PAB, council, DRB, I remember a number of years ago, I got into my head that we needed to change it, and then I went through a process, of thinking about and talking to people about all the different alternatives and all the other alternatives. What we had now, I concluded, was the least bad alternative. Right.
The
It
least bad.
the least problematic, But that's not to say we shouldn't talk about it. Maybe there is a better way. But my real point is, I think both with respect to the, the DRB independence and the larger process we have, those are conversations for another day. And I'd like to get us back figuring out what we want to do about 14B.
well, can you, Councilmember Blankenship?
So in listening to the conversation and trying to think through how this would work, if the DRB makes a decision and excludes something from the record for whatever reason, they didn't think it was relevant or timely or whatever, and then it gets appealed to city council, can city council consider that information because it's not newly discovered? It existed at the time of the hearing, but it's not included in the record.
So what city council could do in that situation would be to review the record and conclude that the DRB made a mistake or an error in excluding that for whatever reasons were put forth by the appellant, to the city council, at which point then you could remand it back and ask the DRB to consider that piece of information that had been omitted,
Okay.
decision.
And likewise, if something was admitted, but city council doesn't think they gave it the proper weight, you could also, city council could also remand it and say, you need to reconsider
Yes.
this, right?
Yes, and so this idea of
to me,
remanding
that
is to give another bite at the apple to the DRB, who I think it's been stated publicly, have very good qualifications as far as their expertise in design issues, and architectural standards and that kind of thing.
So maybe then I don't know if it gets tweaked in the ordinance or in the separate rules and procedures, but maybe there's a way to add a little clarity. And also on the timing to make sure that things are submitted to council for an appeal, not
Yes.
at the last minute.
Yes, I completely agree with you on that. Your procedural rules are, I think, where some of these, challenges lie. As far as the timing, the submittal of the information. And those rules were put together very quickly last year in anticipation of the appeal. And there was a lot of debate and discussion amongst the property owner and those appellants at the time before it was brought to you. And so it was somewhat of a compromise, but I would really hope that in the future we could simplify it. Because it did become very cumbersome and, I think unnecessarily difficult to implement.
So if you don't mind looking at that part of the wording and the rules
Yes,
and
now that would
procedures.
come up at second reading.
Right.
Because this is just your first reading
Right.
just of the ordinance. And then second reading, when we brought this back, we would then bring the resolution with the changes that would be needed to implement this. My recommendation today is, this is not even, as stated, it is not perfect by no means. But we do know of some of the challenges that we've faced, like if an appeal is filed, if 2 appeals are filed and only 1 fee is paid, what do we do? And if we have a appellant who doesn't respond, that project is kind of stuck. And so we can eliminate that by the language that we have in here, that we would send it back, and if it's not, quote, cured within a certain period of time, then the appeal is just no longer is dismissed. It's gone. That, and of course, asking what the basis of the appeal is, requiring that, because that has been problematic in the past, last year as well as this year.
So would your recommendation be to go ahead and approve this on first reading today, and then you would come back on the second reading and address those things in the resolution and in the ordinance?
Yes, we would definitely come back on second reading with that. But, I'd like you all to also consider where we are as far as your calendar year, because we are looking at summer break, summer session coming up. Would you want it to come back after summer break? That would give us an opportunity to look more at processes and how it interrelates with other reviewing boards that you have, so we don't end up, amending something and then later on changing because we've changed the process, then have to go back.
Does the DRB continue to meet while council is in recess over the summer?
I think they take July off.
Okay.
But they do have a meeting coming up in June, which I don't know if that's going to result in any type of appeal or not.
So that's the risk, is if they do something in June and it gets appealed, before we change this, it follows the old process.
Yes.
All right, thanks.
Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple things. First, I want to go to item B and just kind of walk through this, make sure I'm clear on this. It says that the appeal to the city council may be taken by filing a notice of appeal within 15 days after the decision of the board. Then it goes, after the decision of the board was signed. So not the decision, but we're putting the requirement of a signature as the trigger point.
And filing with the clerk.
And filing, okay. So there's that portion. It then goes on in the next a few sentences down. If the notice of the appeal has not been timely filed, is incomplete, or the fee has not been paid within the 15-day period, city staff shall reject the appeal and notify the appellant. And that trigger says the action of the board shall thereafter constitute final agency action. Then we go on to another possibility. Any modifications to a rejected appeal, remember, it goes about constituting final action. Then it says any modifications to a rejected appeal. So now there's modifications, and if it's corrected and refiled within 7 days after the notice of the deficiency, it shall be accepted for review. So I'm wondering, the way I'm reading this is that it implies some finality, and then it circles back and gives a door to where it's not final.
So my question to you and to council would be, do you want them to have that opportunity to cure? A reasonable period of time if they failed to add some information that needed to be in there, or they failed to, let's say their check bounced or something, as far as the payment of the fee. Is if once staff rejects it, the appeal, you would never ever see that appeal because it would be rejected and their only remedy would be to go to court. If you give them that opportunity to cure whatever deficiency is noted, they could cure it, and then it would come back to you for review.
My ask is that that sentence, the action of the board shall thereafter constitute final agency action. My ask is that we look at how the sequence of events is laying out, and perhaps word it in a way where we do give them
7 days?
that, whatever that 7 days is. But
Okay.
it just seems a little,
I understand what you're saying. We can work on that language.
okay. And then I want to go to item D. It says, and I'm looking at the striked out wording in the middle of the paragraph. No new testimony or evidence shall be considered unless the same was considered by the board. So I'm thinking about that process, and here we are in the middle of a hearing, and new evidence or new testimony is offered. So could you help me with how we know that, and how do we control it? Who's going to be the arbiter? Who's going to be the one to point out that this is new testimony
Or evidence.
or evidence?
So if you went with the proposal, this would be simply a review of what their record was. So I don't think that that sentence would really apply in that situation, because you're not looking at new testimony.
It's being stricken.
Correct.
Okay, so it's
But
no
not
longer.
evidence.
Yeah, the
Evidence
intent
can be
is
new.
to take it out, and I think this was because of some prior conversations or discussion that was had in the fall of 2021, because this ordinance on first reading has kind of been bouncing around a little.
Well, and I've got to go back. We're striking it out of the entire section D, so it's no longer going to be there for review.
Correct. It was added at one point.
Yeah.
Someone had
Okay.
made a comment,
Got it.
and it was added, and then that's why it's coming out.
Understood. In section E, I'm looking at the word, any decision by the board may be upheld, comma, remanded with direction. I'm thinking the word may be upheld or remanded.
except that we have or reversed by the city council.
Well, I also have that as a later, in looking at the, and it's a minor point. Any decision by the board may be upheld or remanded with direction consistent with city council's findings based on argument by the parties, comma, newly discovered relevant evidence, or reversed. I don't think the two ors, based on argument by the parties or newly discovered relevant evidence or reversed by the city council. I'm looking at the flow of that entire sentence.
Okay.
Well, the newly discovered evidence clause, should it come out completely, because there won't be an opportunity for newly discovered evidence,
Yeah.
would there?
Yeah, if we're not
But we
considering-
should. I mean, there's no
Not if
reason to
we're-
have an appeal if it might be newly discovered evidence.
Not if we're reviewing it as an appellate court where all we're doing is reviewing the record.
That is correct. However, in prior discussions, the questions were asked, what happens if something really was never ever known before and materialized, perhaps even a decision by a court? What would we do then? And I think that that's why we added this remanding back to reconsider the decision with this newly discovered evidence.
Well, but the remand could be something like, they only found 12 of the 13 criteria, and we could remand it back saying, well, did they satisfy item 13? And then it
Okay.
would
With
be up to
instructions,
DRB.
with direction, yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump
Oh,
in
no,
there.
not at all. I appreciate it.
The other thing I wanted to comment on, the two things that Mr. Blankenship raised. One was, if somebody submits evidence at the DRB and they say, no, we're not going to consider it, lawyers have this notion called proffering exhibits, which all they have to do is say, if it would have been admitted, I'm making this part of the record as if it were being submitted and the DRB isn't considering it, but it's part of the record. That's what could have happened. Second, on your saying, well, just what happens if all these other things come in on the day of the hearing? In this case, if we're doing it as a review of the record, there's nothing presumably that's going to come in on the day that could come in on the day of the hearing, because we're just reviewing the original record, if indeed this scheme is how we decide to proceed.
So the other thing I'll just point out again is that this entire appeal process is not mandatory in no stretch of the imagination. So after a DRB decision, the applicant could go straight to circuit court. So the idea of bringing it to city council is for another set of eyes to have that review and perhaps then send it back or finalize it before it actually went into the court system. So you have a little bit more control over what the DRB decisions are, because you are part of that process, bringing the resolution to finality.
Madam Mayor, I'm done with my part.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Perry, were you complete with that? Okay. No further discussion, suggestions? Ms. Stuber, you have everything you need for?
So I'd just like to recap. Some revision to paragraph A at the end, where, or a person who perhaps should have received notice but actually didn't get notice. That was offered by Councilmember Perry. Councilmember Hutchinson had some concerns about paragraph B at the end, making sure that the language was consistent as far as when final agency action occurred and any type of modification within a small period of time. Then over on paragraph D, making sure that we definitely delete that no new testimony, although it is already struck through. So we won't worry about that. But going on to E, trying to clarify what actions could actually be taken as far as the remanding with direction
It was more the grammatics
on E?
on E.
Okay.
And if you need me to go back through that, I can, easy, quickly. But I think it's on the record.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so that would be 3 changes at this time.
Did you get the one with 7 days to, back to 15?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, that was the second change that was requested.
Patricia Rambosk, City Clerk. If you look at paragraph C, I just want to let Nancy know there's another one of those. Any person who received notice pursuant to section 4645. So that probably would be another change to be consistent with A.
4645?
Yes.
Oh, who should have
Right.
received notice pursuant to, right. So I would recommend that you allow us to bring this back and clean up the language and only show the changes that are currently going to be made, not the changes that had been discussed or considered in the fall, because I think with the striking and the underlining, it's somewhat confusing. We can bring that back to you at a time that you direct.
Would it come back? Would it come back as a second reading in your judgment?
It can, or it could be simply a continuance of the first reading, which, again, this one's kind of been continued. The one, the big concerns that we have as far as if we were to get another appeal, we want to make sure that we have some type of authority that we can cite to saying either tell us what your appeal is or we're going to dismiss it and reject it. We don't really have that right now.
Well, my view, it would be, I don't know that there's a high level of risk on something happening over the summer, but on the other hand, I'd like to get this off our plate, and I feel like we're probably very close to having something, and bringing it back for a second reading on either the 13th or 15th would be my preference.
Just make sure you review it prior to the meeting and have questions answered or changed prior,
So, was that a motion?
prepared.
I'll make that as a motion.
A motion by Councilmember Chrisman for approval of first reading to be brought back.
Can we
June,
include subject to the
whatever you,
changes?
June
June
13th or 15th, whatever, Mr. Boudichouar, you
15th?
would be best.
Yeah.
15th.
The
Be brought-
15th, I will say, is loading up. And yes, and deadline for the staff reports and information was yesterday, I believe.
Yeah,
So we're down to the wire.
understood.
Wait, I have a motion by Councilmember Chrisman and a second by Hutchinson. Discussion.
Yeah, I would like to throw one other thing in that I would like for you to address, and I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but I would like for any submissions such as briefs and that kind of thing to be submitted at least 7 days before the hearing so that we have an opportunity to read those. It's not fair to us that we're supposed to be sitting here and something comes flying over the transom in the middle of the hearing and we're supposed to read and digest it, so. And perhaps even say if it's not submitted, and there's nothing magic about 7 days, but something like that with it saying expressly that if it's not submitted within, timely, that it can be disregarded or something to that effect.
And it might be 8 days, because if it's a Monday, then who's going to file it on a,
No, I'm
well, I
not,
guess you have Monday.
I'm not concerned about that, but it's just, we need to have a real
Time.
cutoff
I
time.
get it. Okay.
And
Counsel-
we did attempt to do that at the time that the agenda is distributed. And that would be the 7 days, assuming that the agenda gets out a week ahead.
Councilmember,
That was, if that's okay with whoever made the motion.
I'll amend my motion to include that provision as well as the others, obviously, that implicit in my motion are the various change recommendations and changes that Ms. Stuparich already had summarized for us.
second remains.
Yeah, my second remains, I just wanted to point out that I believe, well, I can't speak for Mr. Perry, or Councilman Perry, but he threw out 7 days. There may be in our procedures different days for different things, and if we're saying 7 days for a brief and those kind of things, my ask would be that the clerk or whoever's appropriate go back and see if we have all these different these timing constraints, and if there's a chance to be consistent with them. So that we're not requiring different days for different things. And so, but I completely agree. My second remains in support. My only ask is that we look for an opportunity to make sure we're not 7 days here, 10 days here, 15 days here. So, thank you.
Okay, all in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, record reflect it passes 6-1, McCabe dissenting. Moving to public comment. Madam Clerk, do I have any public comment?
I do not.
Okay. Moving to correspondence and communications. Councilmember Blankenship?
Yeah, just one item that came up is a request for the planning department through the city manager to look at the maps in the comprehensive plan on the website and see if there are any conflicts that should be resolved and what the process would be for resolving those. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Just what I said earlier with the DRB, I think that at times the alignment of where it is, Councilman Chrisman kind of talked about it, but it seems like the DRB is approving things before the actual plans are approved. In other words, you hear them say that, well, we're not really here to talk about the code, we're here to approve what the look of the building is. But what they might be approving isn't really within code even, and hasn't been gone through the site plan, it hasn't gone through the process. It just seems as if it's out of context, and then the next thing you hear is, well, this has already got DRB approval, so it's as if it's already got a yes, so other people are a little hesitant to not say yes, or it is presented poorly, and I think it needs to be looked at to understand that process of DRB, PAB, council, the whole bit. I just think it needs some eyes on it, because that could answer my issue of no oversight because things are out of kilter. Just my thoughts.
Vice Mayor, if you look at the Design Review Board, the preface on page 3, you'll see where it's very, or you can even go to page 4, it's conflicting, that the requirement for pre-application conference may be waived by the planning manager. The petitioner can decide whether they will go to DRB or not. This is where our concerns lie. And even though city staff may waive certain submittal requirements, if deemed unnecessary. There's a lot of, yes, there's a lot of, it's not quite as transparent, and that's probably why we feel like there's, so anyway, the pre-application, the application, the final design just doesn't fit with, I think, the processes. So I think that needs to be looked at. Mr. Boudouchoir?
Thank you, Mayor. I've had a number of questions from some of you and some members in the community regarding workflow in terms of applications that come in for whatever the work may be. And, it is defined. I mean, there is a process that is followed, but I do not know that everyone is on the same page. You all may not be on the same page, so I think if council wants to contemplate some sort of change in the workflow where you may end up getting something for approval that you may not have in the past, I think it's first important to make sure we're all on the same page and we all understand what the workflow looks like, what the approval process looks like at either the staff level, commission level, and council level for various examples of projects that would come in. Those that require a variance or requesting a variance, and those that don't. I think we need to do that for you all. And then at that point, you all can take a look at the workflow and say, I want to insert myself here, or I want to take out myself here. So let me work with the team over the summer to develop what that looks like. And let's come back to you this fall. Let's have that conversation, ground us all, so we're all on the same page. And then if you feel that there is something that you want to do to tweak the process, to perhaps bring site plans to you for approval, you'll see where that lands right now in the workflow, and then you can go from there. So if you're amenable to that, let me work with the team over the summer in putting together that presentation, and we'll come back to you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you. Just some items real quick. First of all, I want to thank Commissioner Penny Taylor for coming to council today and advising the community, updating us on beach renourishment funding and the Collier County Sports Complex. There are members of our council that represent the community on their, now they call it here in the documents, the TDT, Tourist Development. I think they meant the T for tax, but it's the TDC, right? Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to point out that as you look at the last page of the presentation, the beach renourishment over 5 of the last fiscal years totaled $55,580,000. The next highest spend was on promotion, and that's at $52,500,000. And that may be exactly what's needed. In the fiscal year, I'll break down just the previous fiscal year of 2021, $14 million to beach renourishment, right at $13 million to promotion. So my question is, my ask is this, that whoever represents us, and I believe that's Ms. Petronoff, Councilwoman Petronoff, and is there?
It is.
And who, is that?
Just me.
Just you? So my ask is that if you can, I would be interested in knowing the basis by which, for almost dollar for dollar, what we're spending on beach renourishment, we're spending in promotions. What happens if you scale that back? Do you still get the same benefit of tourism? Do you, if you increase it another 50%? What's the payback? What's the rationale for what we're doing on promotions? I don't know, but that's my ask.
Mr. Hutchison, can I jump in?
Yes.
With maybe some further thoughts that relate to this, and Ms. Councilwoman Petronoff and I had a brief offline conversation this morning after Ms. Commissioner Taylor was here. Well, first of all, as you know, I serve as the council's representative on the Coastal Advisory Committee, which you used to serve on,
Yes.
which makes the recommendations
Yeah.
on the beach nourishment to the commission, to the TDC and the commission. But what caught my eye about that 55 million, and I'm going to find out the answer to this in the next day or two from county staff, is I'm not sure whether that's $55 million that's been spent or $55 million that has simply been earmarked for that, has gone into an account somewhere, and some of it, well, I'm not sure what happens to some of it. It goes into some kind of a reserve or whatever. I don't know. I'm just saying that I know that when money is earmarked for promotion, it gets spent. You can bet that gets spent. But one of the things we should find out, because your point's a good one, is, is the beach nourishment funds being spent? Because this year, the Coastal Advisory Committee did not recommend any dollars to be spent on beach renourishment anywhere in the county, because none of our beaches need it, according to the Coastal Advisory Committee, majority. And Mr. Blankenship and I have had some conversations about a little park up in the Moorings neighborhood. This gets very complicated very fast, because you start talking about what are the rules and guidelines and criteria by which beaches deserve renourishment, how often, how frequently, what are the the parameters around which measurements get taken place, and of course that triggers the expenditure of the funds. So I know the point you're raising is excellent. I've complicated it, but these are all interconnected issues.
Well, thank you, Councilman Chrisman. I feel much better that you're on the scent, as it were. So thank you for that. Next item.
Well, can I
Yep.
go tie that in with Mr. Boudechouart and us looking at our interlocal agreements? Or how much
Please.
we, some type of an analysis of, just add to the list of what we've received in the last 5 years from TDC, or the number of renourishments, what our interlocal agreement is with the county for our
Well,
parks.
this is not part of the interlocal agreement, but it's.
No, but we already have another interlocal agreement.
Yeah.
And just kind of compare where we're at, because it might be something that, after our first joint meeting, that we meet with the county about to, well, first we need to decide if the policies are okay with where our tax dollars are going, because we, our residents pay into those tax dollars, into those funds. So, it might be something we need to look at.
Yep, I agree.
Okay.
Because we have that conversation next week.
Yes.
Well, it might be a nice conversation,
And I was going to send to Mr. Boudechouart my thoughts, because we need a lot more information before we meet with them. Information such as, we get $1.5 million from it. That's the same for the last 2 years. Before that, it was $1 million. What is the percent of use of our parks by county residents versus city residents? We should have a number on that. The Parks and Rec have at least a good ballpark idea of what that is. What is the number of beach parking stickers for the county residents as opposed to city residents? Because I think we have somewhere in the range of about 11,000 for the city. Not 11,000, yeah, somewhere in that. But the county has, I think if I remember last, 160,000. So if you start to look at, and then you say, what is the cost of Fleischman Park? Because that's where a lot of the county is being done. And we're doing refurbishing of Fleischman Park. And if you do a percent of that by county to city, then you got to start to do these numbers And I think when you say $1.5 million, that could be the bargain of the century. And we need to have that conversation and have information to be able to leverage the conversation fairly quickly. And that's why I kept pushing to say we need more ideas of when these interlocals are, so that we can have the information necessary to kind of shift the conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A couple more items. Today, several times, we've brought up the issue of fishing on the pier, and I'm good with that. I understand what direction we're going. You know, it's one of those things, I think Councilman Chrisman probably articulated it very well. We make a decision and we're all in, right? We move on. It's down into the details for me. We addressed fishing on the pier. We didn't address fishing around the pier. Okay? So I don't want to get into the weeds on that. If that detail is important, what we were trying to accomplish, does it matter to us if the fishing around the pier on Sundays is heavier than the fishing on the pier? I don't know. But if it's pelican safety, I just don't know. And then it came up during the whole discussion about the outfall pilings, those pilings that hold those outfall pipes in place. And if we intend to remove those, and we're budgeting for that, I mean, that's somewhere in the money spend, are we okay with removing all that? And then the unintended consequences that might come with that. My ask is that we just have the appropriate people run that out. In other words, think through that. Do we remove those pilings no matter what? Or is it better for us to let the pilings remain? I don't know.
Isn't that part of the outfall removal?
It is. It is, right now.
Oh, and you're saying whether it should happen or not?
I'm not.
Got it.
I think I would benefit, we might all benefit from thinking that through.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good point, and, you know, we'll take a look at that, you know, not only from the perspective of a landing resting area for shore birds, but also for just marine life, you know. But there are also navigation issues that may be at play, so we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Not to mention the favorite spots for photographers to take family photos.
I didn't even say that. Yeah, I don't know why you're referencing that, Mayor. And then finally, as we were considering the applicants for the PAB, Mr. Dwyer, I looked back on some correspondence from him, so I want to give him credit for this next item. And we may have already addressed this, but in April of 2021, over a year ago, Mr. Dwyer had sent us all an email, anybody that's here now, and he discussed the noise that's associated with the metal dumpsters behind restaurants on Fifth Avenue. And I listened to those dumpsters around some of my stores, and they are loud. My ask is this, that if it's the will of council, to consider asking or directing the city manager just to look at, or direct the appropriate personnel to consider a change in dumpsters for businesses contiguous to residential homes, and look at them in a way where we look at converting those heavy metal dumpsters to the heavy plastic dumpsters, and see if there's any merit. And look at, there's got to be all kinds of reasons not to do it, but one of the reasons we would consider it is the level of noise. So.
You know, that's excellent. You know, that is one of the biggest complaints that we get on the alley of Fifth Avenue. And relocating and consolidating may be a great idea.
I don't know.
Mr. Middleton.
Yeah. That's all I had, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Yes. But I don't know if Mr. Boudouchoir has what he needs from us. Do you need a consensus?
Oh, is there a consensus to look at that? I mean, we have it, I don't know if you know it, but we have it as an issue of concern from our residents of the clutter and code enforcement issues in the back.
Rotting of metal.
Yeah, just to update you all, believe it or not, I've toured the alley already with the resident, and I've had one meeting with a team of staff to look at some mitigation options, both short-term and long-term, not only from noise and the messiness, but also the aesthetics and traffic volume. There's a number of different things happening there at that site. So let me just weave in to the conversation that we're already having, this item about the noise, to see if there are alternative materials available to kind of soften the noise a bit. But we're on it, and let's see what else we can, let's see if we can weave this into the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all.
Not even a month, and he's already in the alley.
Well, I have,
Oh, I can afford to eat.
Councilmember Crispin.
well, I have one item I'll come back to, but on this issue that was just raised, just a further heads up for Mr. Boudishwar, you know, the issue you have jumped on, to your credit, which we talked about, is the Fifth Avenue alley on the south side of Fifth Avenue, where there's a myriad of issues that have, but Mr. Dwyer's issue is on the north side of Fifth Avenue, the other. And when I remember talking to him about some time ago, you lose track of time, 6 months ago, and I'm not quite sure why, but he indicated to me at that time that there had been improvement. I don't know whether it was because anybody did anything or just because, you know, sometimes problems fix themselves. But I'm not suggesting you shouldn't follow up on it, but that's just some further input for you there.
Yeah. Thank you, Counselor. And you know, to staff's credit, when I pulled the team together, you know, the conversation actually expanded to the north side of Fifth Avenue, and not just that one block on the south side. So staff's kind of taking a comprehensive look at that whole situation, so we deal with it consistently.
Great. The item I wanted to bring up and want to see if there's support for it is, and what triggered this was I saw an email from Mr. Boudishwar that we all saw in the last day or so, confirming Senator Pasadomo's coming before us, I think, in early September. And it made me remember that we never did get a session and legislative report from our lobbyist. And we had talked about, I remember raising it in correspondence way back probably in April, and the general consensus was, well, let's wait because we've got a special session of the legislature coming up in April, and the governor hadn't signed all the bills yet, and we didn't know where our grant requests stood and so on and so forth. And there was another special session in May that we didn't even know about at that time on the insurance question, as we know. My point is this. I think it would be desirable for now for Mr. Boudishwar to talk to our lobbyist, Lisa Hurley, and ask her to get to us before summer recess, a written, I'm not suggesting we overload our agenda even further with her coming in, even by Zoom, but give us a written report on the legislative session and on any and all matters that relate to us and our issues, so we could have that just to peruse at our leisure over the summer, with Senator Pasadomo coming in fairly quickly after we return in mid-August. And and if we have questions from it, we can contact Ms. Hurley or go through Mr. Boudishwar with any questions. But I'd really like to see that, because we're now over 2 months since the end of the regular session, and it just would be good to have that. So I wanted to see whether others agreed with that approach.
Well, if I might, didn't we receive a report from Ms. Barnhart in reference to the session that came through Lisa Hurley?
Not that I recollect. We did receive a report from somebody, maybe it was Ms. Barnhart, just sort of summarizing the earmarks that we ended up with. And that would obviously be part of the broader report I'm talking about, but I don't recall having gotten any kind of a comprehensive report from Ms. Hurley this year.
Excuse me. I just sent an email to Monique and to Pete to see if there was something that was submitted that I may have missed during the transition. It's possible that it's sitting in someone's email box, so let us check that first. I need to read it. If we do have it, I haven't seen it yet.
Right.
But your point is taken. If a report does not exist, we'll get one, and then we'll send it to you.
Sounds good.
And was that Senator Pasadomo's choice to come in September?
We offered a couple different dates, and that was the earliest that she could make it.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
I'm complete, Mayor.
And Councilmember Petronoff?
One quick item that I'm sure you have received as many emails as I have. Tomorrow is the airport noise meeting. It is for the public. They have moved it to the Hilton, so there's plenty of space for people to sit. It's at 9 a.m. It is at the Hilton Naples at 5111 41 North in the Royal Palm Ballroom. And we'd love to see you there. I must have gotten 50 letters at least. I'm sure they probably copy all of you on it, but it's there is time in the agenda for public comment and to have your voices heard. And in this meeting, they will be discussing options on noise mitigation, which I think would be of interest to many of our citizens, and it's county and city. And then the last thing is, I hear you on the Tourist Development Council. I'll get those answers for you. I have a lot of questions, and they're still developing this on the efficiency of advertising, and how do you know the returns? Because we are spending a lot of money on bringing tourists down, and it's hard. It's a little harder to measure, but it is there are measurements in place. The other side of it is getting money from the TDC for example, for museums. It all comes down to heads and beds because that's the way it's funded. And so all of the formulas to get money, say one of the museums wants money, is they are asking people to sign off on, all right, if you do this program with this museum, how many incremental heads will you have in the hotel beds? And that's been really difficult for a lot of people. But there are staff in the county that can help them develop some directional formulas on how that will help, or what that effect will be. And I can help you reach out to those people as well. But I have already talked to the Depot Museum and the Historic Society, Palm Cottage, and the Naples Players to see if they can get money, because they have loosened up the criteria a bit on the museums, which could be helpful for some of our assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perry?
Nothing today, thank you.
Okay. Council, or Mr. Bourgeois, did we determine we were going to go over our calendars?
I wanted to not let the day end without doing a quick preview of some upcoming meetings. If it's my turn, happy to start that.
Great, thanks.
Okay. First, I just forwarded you an email. It is the annual report from our lobbyist. Looks like it was, in my transition. I knew I remember seeing something. It was back on April 4th. So I think that was the day that you all voted for me. But it's there. It's about a 10-page report. It looks, consistent with other lobbyist reports that I see on an annual basis. So take a look at it in your free time. If you have any questions, talk to me. I need to meet our lobbyist at some point and just do a quick debrief. So if you have any questions about the report, what's still outstanding as far as things sitting in the governor's to sign pile, let me know, and we'll go from there.
May I ask about that? So, as our attorneys, in-house or attorneys, are aware of the 5G towers, how or have we had this conversation with our lobbyists about how this happened and if we can address it from a state point of view or a federal point of view?
We can, yeah, and that's, after you look at this and in preparation for our time with the senator, and also for the next legislative session, I will be looking for feedback on priorities. I've received some comments from some of you already about things that we should be looking at the state level, for sure. I think the 5G item was on there. Councilor Petronoff sent me a list. So if you know, as you look at this report, and there is something that you'd like for us to track through our lobbyists and also take advantage of our time with the senator, that would be helpful. But I've got that on my list.
And last year, we were a little busy trying to find or do a few things. So I hope this year, council will be informed about legislative days, potential days of, or potential bills so that we can participate in the advocacy with our lobbyists this year and also with the Florida League of Cities. Thank you.
Will do.
And
Okay.
I interrupted you.
So, no problem. So looking ahead, it was mentioned earlier about the joint meeting with the Board of Commissioners that is scheduled for Tuesday, June 7th. It's a 9 a.m. To noon block of time. I think that we're going to try to stick to that, which is not a lot of time, but this is really meant to be an information workshop. I forwarded to you all a draft copy of the agenda. We're putting some meat on those bones, or the county is. We're participating with some of the presentations that our city staff will lead, specifically Bob Middleton and Andy Holland. So we'll get the full backup. I was advised that will be published tomorrow. And regarding the data points that the Vice Mayor requested, I've already sent an email to staff regarding the beach parking stickers and whatever methodology we use to count city versus county residents for park facilities usage. Chad's already working on that. These are things that will not be in the county-issued backup. This is information that I will provide to you all as soon as I get them. You'll probably get them in bite sizes. I'll probably get you the beach sticker information sooner than the usage information, which we may not be able to get to you until about Monday. So if I get it sooner, I'll send it to you, and that's what I'll do with everything. I'll send it to you as soon as I get it. So that's Monday. One of the conversations we were talking
Tuesday.
about. I'm sorry, Tuesday.
Monday for the.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
I'm sorry, Tuesday's a meeting. Regarding beach renourishments, that's going to take up a bulk of the conversation on Monday. So that'll be a great opportunity to kind of talk about priorities. There is some conversation that we'll have regarding conversations with the feds regarding a federal designation and federal dollars. County staff will be providing an update on what that means and what's happening. I don't know too much. I am familiar with the federal beach designation process. Very, very lengthy process, but could yield significant funding for renourishment. So I'm interested and curious, just like you, regarding that conversation. Next Thursday, the 9th, is your next CRA meeting. That is an 8:30 a.m. start, and I believe Vice Mayor McCabe is going to be working with Anita to finalize that agenda tomorrow, and then we'll get that pushed out. So that's on the 9th. On the 13th and 15th, we have a draft agenda that is changing by the minute. I've Been back and forth with staff all day, just reconciling my list of things and what's on there. I have a staff meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow with our team, inclusive of Pat and Nancy, to make sure we are all double-checking our notes. We're running out of time, and there's a lot of things floating in the ether that we need to make sure are on these two agendas, and we hit our deadlines to publish these two meetings. So once I meet with staff tomorrow morning, we will update the agenda, the draft agenda, the tentative agendas. They're tentative until we publish them, and even after that, we give you supplements, so they're never permanent. But as soon as I get that updated tomorrow, we will send you all an updated list. So you take a look at them as well and reconcile your notes, and you're not shy from doing that, and let us know if we're missing anything, because we've got 2 meetings left, and I'm confident that we only need 2 minutes to get the work that you all want to get done before the summer recess. With that said, that's all I have, other than Invest 91 is looking like it will form into Tropical Storm Alex. The good news is, and I got a recent report from Chief DeMaria, that the good news is there's a lot of wind shear that may, that will, or may, no, I'm not going to say will, that may hurt the chances for significant intensification. So crossing fingers, regardless of what happens with trajectory, speed, and intensity, we're going to have rain. So it's going to be a rainy weekend. And I just wanted to advise you, but again, for the public, it's hurricane season today. Our new residents who have never experienced what it's like to get ready for a hurricane, it's easy. Google, come to our website as well, or reach out to us and develop a plan. That's all I have.
Great. Ms. Duperch?
No items.
Okay. Well, with that, council, it is a busy day, and it's before 5 o'clock, and we're adjourned.